Fantastic. I get stronger just by fishing. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Destiny. Amidst the voices of encouragement and expectation, Chu Yun took a deep breath to calm himself down. If the spatial turbulence appeared at any other time, Chu Yun would be ecstatic, because this was the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time, an opportunity to complete the 9-turn nirvana and ascend to the heavenly fate realm. But now, on this floating island, in this Yuan Dao Lingtian sect, Chu Yun only felt sad and inexplicably hurt. Don't think so much. Luo Qingcheng's voice transmission sounded in Chu Yun's mind, saying, "The current situation is the result of our own choice. If time goes back and we choose again, we will still do the same, seal the space and ourselves. But you are different. You still have a chance to leave alive." Chu Yun took a deep breath, looked up at Luo Qingcheng, and said, "I will come back to save you, even if it's not possible now. I will search all over the 9 states. Okay." After Luo Qingcheng was silent for a while, there was no joy in her voice, and she was obviously restraining her emotions. Afterwards, Chu Yun flew down and sat cross-legged on the top hall of King Luan Peak. In his system, there were still more than 4,000 years of martial arts enlightenment stored, which had not been used yet. At this moment, facing this spatial turbulence, Chu Yun took a deep breath, and then, regardless of the cost, he frantically consumed his martial arts enlightenment and understood everything around him. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. In these few short breaths, Chu Yun had consumed nearly 3,000 years of enlightenment, and the mysterious mystery of space was already in sight. Buzz! Chu Yun's figure trembled for a while, and the next moment, it seemed to merge with the space, flickering between the flickering, becoming illusory and solid again. Above, the 13 figures in the Yuan Dao Fengtian formation were looking down at Chu Yun, sighing in their hearts, wondering if he could successfully comprehend the laws of space or leave here. Although they all have great expectations and trust in Chu Yun, this is a very difficult road after all, so that no one has been able to complete it from ancient times to the present. 10 million people enter the time turbulence, and perhaps no one can come out alive and comprehend the law of time. For a person who has reached the 9th level of nirvana to comprehend the law of space in this space turbulence is unprecedented and has never happened before. If Chu Yun can succeed, then he will create a history, a great achievement that no one has ever achieved in the history of Jiaozu, the realm of destiny. The realm of destiny, if you can achieve it, it is naturally the destiny of heaven, and you are the son of destiny. Little junior sister, you haven't spoken for a long time since he came out. Weren't you quite active before? Yuruoxi sent a voice message to Luo Qingcheng, teasing. Are you worried about him? Yes. Luo Qingcheng gave an affirmative answer. If it were normal, she might not speak directly because of shyness, but now she has fallen into such a state, and there is no need to hide many things. It's okay. Brother Chu has a great understanding and can comprehend the law of wood and the law of wind within 10 days. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it is not impossible for him to comprehend the law of space in this space turbulence. Yuruoxi comforted. That's not what I'm worried about. Luo Qingcheng smiled bitterly and said, I never doubted that he could comprehend the law of space here. If there is anyone in this world who can complete the 9-turn nirvana, I believe that person must be him. Then what are you worried about? He said that he would definitely save us. Luo Qingcheng was silent for a while and said, Sister, you should know that there are indeed means to break the Yuan Dao Fengtian Dafa in this world. You should also know how difficult it is to achieve that condition. Even a saint will die in it. If he insists on going, I'm afraid. After saying that, she couldn't continue. Yuruoxi was shocked. After hearing what the little sister said, she realized that Luo Qingcheng had already fallen in love with Chu Yun. Then what do you want to do? None of you brothers mentioned this matter just now. Obviously you want to conceal it. If you are interested, We will pretend that we know nothing and let him leave and live a peaceful life. Uruoxi thought for a while and said, "Don't." Luo Qingcheng was silent again, and then she smiled bitterly and said, "From what I know about him, as long as he has set this goal, he will do it no matter what. Even if we don't tell him, he will find a way to break the formation sooner or later. If he goes to find it directly on impulse, it will be too late." Uruoxi didn't say anything. She knew that the little sister was sorting out her thoughts at this time, so she waited quietly. Then, Luo Qingcheng slowly exhaled and said, "Let's tell him, but I want him to know that before he has cultivated to the saint realm, even if he is promoted to the heavenly fate, he must not take risks like this. If it is him, if he is promoted from the heavenly fate to the saint realm, maybe he can really succeed." Uruoxi heard this and responded slowly, and then explained Luo Qingcheng's thoughts to the other brothers present one by one. After a long silence, Zhong Wanhua said, "As for closeness, you can decide for yourself about Chu Yun's matter, little sister. Whether you want to tell or hide it, the seniors support your decision." "Well, it's not that I'm ruining the atmosphere. Instead of thinking so far, you might as well consider whether Chu Yun can comprehend the laws of space. If he can't succeed, let alone being promoted to the destiny or the saint realm, he won't even be able to leave here alive, and he will die faster than any of us." "What are you talking about, you curl mouth?" Uruoxi opened his mouth angrily, and before he finished speaking, everyone was surprised to notice that there was something wrong with the aura of Chu Yun below. The body that was constantly flickering, from virtual to solid, the whole process lasted many times, and finally, after a very long period of virtualization, Chu Yun's figure instantly disappeared from the original place, and then appeared directly in the air from the peak of King Luan Peak, and then instantly disappeared from the air, came to the location of the teleportation array, disappeared from the teleportation array again, and instantly came to the Black Cloud B, and then to the Tanchuang Peak. During this continuous flickering and teleportation, Chu Yun's figure and aura became more and more powerful. In a very short time, he appeared in almost every corner of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. Another flicker, violent space turbulence came towards him. Chu Yun stood in place and stopped flickering. The space turbulence blew over him, just like a breeze, without causing any damage. The law of space, great success. The whole audience was shocked. If the 13 saints above the void could still move, their jaws must have dropped to the ground. What did they see? In just less than half an hour, Chu Yun actually comprehended the most difficult of the 9 laws, the law of space. Is this something that a human can do? But little did he know that in this less than half an hour, Chu Yun had consumed more than 3,200 years of martial arts comprehension. This was the time when he consumed the most comprehension among all the laws. At the same time, this was also the last time. So far, Chu Yun already possessed all the 9 laws, the law of gold, the law of wood, the law of water, the law of fire, the law of earth, the law of wind, the law of thunder, the law of time, the law of space. With the 9 laws, Chu Yun's cultivation immediately came to fruition, breaking through to the last turn of the 9 turns of nirvana, the 9 turns of nirvana. And as the mark of the law of space fell on Chu Yun's danshan, the last ring of the 9 turns of golden pill was finally filled and burst into supreme light. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. All the spiritual power in the floating island seemed to be trapped in a whirlpool. With Chu Yun's figure as the center point, it gathered madly. The huge spiritual power poured into Chu Yun's body. In his danshan, the golden 9 revolutions golden pill spun madly and fast like crazy, devouring everything around it. If the spiritual power on the entire floating island was placed in the spiritual world, it would be almost equivalent to the total spiritual power of half the world. But at this moment it was all gathered on one person. Under the impetus of this huge spiritual power, Chu Yun's cultivation was also breaking through rapidly, jumping up from the first level of nirvana 9 revolutions, second level, third level, fourth level, fifth level, eighth level, ninth level. Boom! The 9 revolutions golden pill spun faster and faster. When the cultivation broke through to the state of great perfection of nirvana 9 revolutions, the 9 laws on the golden pill had already blended with each other, and finally merged into one, causing the entire golden pill to explode. In an instant, the Danshan seemed to be a golden sea. Countless magnificent mysteries, countless profound truths, countless pure powers, all in this golden sea. And Chu Yun's figure was bathed in this golden ocean. At that moment, his brain was clear, and the whole person entered another dimension from the state of soul and body. It was a brand new world. Open your eyes, and everything you see has become different. The mountains are no longer mountains, the water is no longer water, the flowers, plants and trees have become completely different, and the whole world has become another look in Chu Yun's eyes. The destiny controls the way of heaven, controls fate, clarifies the laws of the operation of all matter, and explores the truth of all things in the world. The spiritual power of the surrounding heaven and earth is still pouring into Chu Yun's body. Come, Chu Yun said lightly, stretching his hand to the void in front of him. In an instant, countless spiritual powers stagnated in their original place, and in an instant, they all disappeared from their original place, and then appeared together in Chu Yun's body. It was at this moment that Chu Yun realized that the destiny realm had no grades, and there was no traditional realm of 1 to 9 grades. The destiny realm only had 2 stages, knowing human destiny and knowing destiny. After breaking through the second stage, it was no longer about being promoted to a saint, but becoming a god directly. Chapter 402 Legend. He actually succeeded. It's not just as simple as successfully comprehending the laws of space. He seems to have completed the practice of the 9-turn nirvana and directly promoted to the destiny realm. Am I dazzled? Did the space turbulence just now blow my eyes out? How is this possible? All the saints stared at Chu Yun. After a period of silence, they suddenly burst into a heated discussion. A group of powerful people standing on the top of the Jiazu continent were like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, making a fuss. Chu Yun's figure disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, he appeared in the void, came to the front of the saints, and looked at Luo Qingcheng with fixed eyes. If I could still move, I would definitely give you a big hug, but unfortunately now I can only praise you a few words. You are awesome. Luo Qingcheng's voice was full of joy, and she was sincerely happy for Chu Yun, not only because Chu Yun achieved this unprecedented achievement and became the first destiny realm in the history of Jiazu, but also because Chu Yun could live like this. Chu Yun showed a bitter smile on his face. He looked at the 13 saints in front of him and saw the Yuan Dao ceiling heaven formation they had constructed. In this formation, the elements of each domain were entangled with each other, covering all 7 laws except the laws of time and space. Chu Yun could see the flow trajectory of each law element, but he could not disintegrate it at all. This made him feel disappointed. He said bitterly, sure enough, even if I was promoted to the Fate realm, I can't break this Yuan Dao ceiling heaven formation. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. Sect Master Zhongwan laughed and said, this Yuan Dao ceiling heaven formation is the strongest secret method of my Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, constructed by 13 saints. If you can break it easily, the demons outside the time and space turbulence would have already broken in. Listening to the tone, he was quite proud. Uruoxi rolled her eyes and said to Chu Yun, now that you have mastered the laws of space, can you get out of this turbulent space? Chu Yun nodded and said, the turbulence here is no longer a threat to me. I can leave at any time, but I won't leave. Why? Luo Qingcheng asked. I need an answer. Chu Yun exhaled slowly, looked at the saints, and said, this Yuan Dao Fengshan Dalfa is the secret method of the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. You can use it by yourself. If there is a way to crack it, you must know it. So, tell me the answer, otherwise I won't leave. After the words fell, the saints were silent for a while. Fool! Luo Qingcheng cursed softly. Alas! Sect Master Zhongwan sighed softly and said, when you comprehended the law just now, we had already discussed this matter. Since you insist on asking, we will tell you. Please speak, Sect Master. Chu Yun nodded seriously. Zhongwan said, have you heard of the story of the ancient human emperor? Xuan Yuan clan? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. Yes. Zhongwan nodded and said, it is said that thousands of years ago, there were many races in the world, including the gods, the spirits, the monsters, the humans, and the beasts. Among them, The humans were the last in the world, enslaved by the gods, devoured by the spirits, and bloodthirsty by the monsters, with a status equal to that of the beasts. It was the human emperor who rose up and led the humans to defeat the other races, making humans the protagonists of the world and standing on the 9 provinces. When the human emperor passed away, he used his life's efforts to forge the 9 provinces Ding, which was scattered throughout the 9 provinces. Every 10,000 years, a person who holds one of the 9 provinces Ding can enter the human emperor's secret realm through the 9 provinces Ding and participate in the trial. If the trial is passed, he can become the new generation of human emperor and inherit the heritage of the ancient human emperor Xuan Yuan clan. Is this a legend or a fact? Chu Yun asked, his heart moved. Half true, half false. Zhong Wanhua replied, it's too long ago, and the legend is passed down by word of mouth. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. The specific truth has been tampered with to this day. But one thing is certain, the Jiaozu Ding does exist, and every 10,000 years, someone will pass through the Jiaozu Ding and enter the human emperor's secret realm. Those people didn't get the inheritance of the human emperor? Chu Yun continued to ask. They are all dead. Zhong Wanhua slowly exhaled and said, according to historical records, in the last 10,000 years, the power that held the Jiaozu Ding in Shuai Yunzu was the overlord Danshan sect. Its leader Li Henyang entered the human emperor's secret realm in public with the Jiaozu Ding in pursuit of the opportunity to break through the saint. After that, he never appeared again, and the strong men who held the Jiaozu Ding in the other 8 states, even those at the first level of the saint, did not come back alive after entering the human emperor's secret realm. After listening to it, Chu Yun slowly exhaled and said, so, the key to breaking the Yuan Dao Fengshin Dalfa is in this human emperor's secret realm? Yes. Zhong Wanhua sighed softly and said, the Yuan Dao sealing heaven method is a method of sealing without leaving any room for maneuver. There is no so-called method to break it. The only possibility is to break it with force. According to legend, the ancient human emperor Xuan Yuan held a magic sword called Xuan Yuan sword. This sword was commanded by heaven and can cut off everything. If you can enter the human emperor's secret realm and get this Xuan Yuan sword, perhaps you can break the seal. There is no other way. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Ruoxi said, this human emperor's secret realm is already a recognized death place in Jiaozu. No one has ever come out alive after entering. We didn't want to tell you about this, but now is the period when the secret realm is opened once every 10,000 years, and the legend of the human emperor is widely known in Jiaozu. You will know it as soon as you ask. Junior sister is afraid that after you know the news, you will be impulsive and directly enter the human emperor's secret realm to die. So we decided to tell you about this. If you must go, with your current cultivation, it is absolutely impossible. At least you have to wait until you are promoted to the saint realm before trying again, so that there is a glimmer of hope. Chu Yun nodded after listening, and did not tell everyone that there is no such thing as promotion to the saint realm in the destiny realm. He just asked, this human emperor's secret realm is opened once every 10,000 years. How long does it take each time? 100 years. Zhong Wanhua replied, now is the 870,063rd year of the Jiaozu calendar. Historically, the human emperor's secret realm has been opened 87 times. After each opening for 100 years, it will be closed and wait for the next 10,000 years. In this 10,000 years, the human emperor's secret realm has been opened for 63 years. And it will be opened for about 37 years. If you can break through to the saint realm within these 37 years, you can try to obtain a Jiaozu Ding and enter the human emperor's secret realm. If you can't break through, then give up. 37 years. Chu Yun heard this and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although compared with the reincarnation of 10,000 years, the remaining time of 37 years seems a bit cramped, but for him, it is completely enough. You know, Chu Yun is not even 37 years old yet. If he is given more than 30 years to prepare, he doesn't know how he will grow up. Where can I find the Jiaozu Ding? The sect master just said that the force that got the Jiaozu Ding in Chu Yun province 10,000 years ago was the Tenshin sect. Is the Jiaozu Ding also in the Tenshin sect now? Chu Yun asked. Zhong Wanhua replied, not really, and now the Tenshin sect has long been destroyed. Li Henyang disappeared after entering the human emperor's secret realm. The Tenshin sect was leaderless and fought for power. In the end, because of internal and external troubles, it disappeared in the long river of history. There are 9 Jiaozu Dings in total. Every 10,000 years, when someone takes the Jiaozu Ding to the human emperor's secret realm, the Jiaozu Ding will disappear along with it. After 100 years, when the human emperor's secret realm is closed, the Jiaozu Ding will randomly appear in a corner of Jiaozu. No one knows where it will be. There are also many Jiaozu Dings that appear in some dangerous places. Since they disappeared, they have never appeared again. Even now, when the human emperor's secret realm is opened, no one has heard of any major force that has obtained the Jiaozu Ding and decided to enter the human emperor's secret realm. Although opportunities exist, they are too dangerous. Even if a saint enters it, he will disappear forever. After more than 800,000 years of reincarnation, no one is willing to take this risk anymore. Chu Yun exhaled slowly upon hearing this, and nodded to show that he understood. Then, the corners of his lips slowly lifted up, revealing a smile, and he said, I will definitely get the Jiaozu Ding and enter the human emperor's secret realm. Hearing what he said, all the saints present couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had said so much about how dangerous the human emperor's secret realm was, but it seemed that Chu Yun didn't listen to a word. Just as Luo Qingcheng said, Chu Yun seemed to be stunning and had the best talent in ancient and modern times, but in essence, he was still a big fool who insisted on his own principles. As long as he decided to do it, even if it was a matter of 100% certainty of death, he was willing to try it, and he was extremely determined. Brother, to be honest, you really don't need to take such a risk. At this time, Liang Zi sighed softly and smiled bitterly. With your current achievements, as long as you practice steadily, the moment you are promoted to the realm of the saint, you will be invincible in the world. By then, the vastness of Kyushu will be in your hands. No one will be your opponent, and you can do whatever you want. And we sealed the sky here, all of which are personal choices, without complaints or regrets. In the next 1,000 or 10,000 years, it is a blessing in disguise to be able to accompany each other with all the senior brothers and sisters. It is enough to be content. If you can come back to see us often and talk about what happened in the outside world, even if it takes a long time, we will not feel bored. This is enough. Brother Liang, it's not enough. Chu Yun shook his head, exhaled deeply, looked up at everyone, and said, what I want to do is to rescue you. When I get the Xuan Yuan sword and remove the shackles for you, I hope that all the senior brothers and sisters can bear witness for me and King Cheng. I want to marry her. Chapter 403 Mysterious Mirror Technique. As soon as Chu Yun said this, the saints present were obviously extremely surprised. You? What are you talking about? Luo Qingcheng's voice sounded in panic, like a little female cat whose tail was stepped on, and her fur was about to explode. But after a while, she looked at Chu Yun's warm smile, and her panicked heart was quickly softened by some kind of warmth, but she still said stubbornly, who wants to marry you? Even if it is, I will marry you. Okay. Chu Yun nodded and smiled. We have a deal. After the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng's almost imperceptible nasal sound : Ah, this is really. Sect Master Zhong Wanhua was filled with emotion. After pausing for a long time, he didn't know what words to use. Luo Qingcheng is the youngest among the saints of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. Although they are of the same generation, when Luo Qingcheng entered the sect, their teachers were already very old. Luo Qingcheng was almost taught by these senior brothers and sisters. However, Luo Qingcheng's talent is first class. Soon, at a young age, she reached the highest achievement in Jiaozu and was promoted to the realm of saint. This made no one in the sect ever have any thoughts about Luo Qingcheng. It was not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't dare to, and they also felt that they were not worthy. The senior brothers who were also saints could be regarded as her teachers. They always treated the little sister as a little girl and couldn't bring themselves to do that. And how could the disciples of the same age as Luo Qingcheng dare to have thoughts about the strongest saint of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect? Young people are formidable, young people are formidable. Senior brother Ninggiki smiled bitterly and murmured. Chu Yun took a deep breath and said, "Then, I'm leaving." Yeah, Luo Qingcheng was silent for a moment, then nodded, feeling very complicated. She usually saw the sweet love stories of the disciples, but she didn't think they were good. Now she finally met a man who expressed his feelings to her, and she happened to like him very much. But the result was in such a situation, she was sealed here and could only watch him leave. Although that was what she wanted to see, she couldn't help but feel bitter. Seeing Chu Yun turn around, Luo Qingcheng hesitated for a moment and wanted to ask him to come back and see her often, but after thinking for a long time, she still didn't say it. Perhaps, agreeing to Chu Yun just now was something she shouldn't have done. Perhaps, letting Chu Yun forget her in the future and live his own life well is the best result. Perhaps. Chu Yun's figure flashed and disappeared from Yuan Dao Lingtianzong. Her thoughts froze for a moment, and Luo Qingcheng suddenly felt very sad. Although they said that there was hope, as long as they got the Xuan Yuan sword and the human emperor secret realm, they could break the Yuan Dao sealing heaven method. But, is there really hope? Who can break through the human emperor secret realm? No one has been able to do so in the past 870,000 years. The 13 of them are destined to be silent here forever and never see the light of day. Are you sad? Yu Ruoxi sighed softly and asked Luo Qingcheng. Yeah, Luo Qingcheng responded. She was not a hesitant person. She was always noisy on weekdays, but at this moment she couldn't bring herself to say a few more words. She looked at the direction where Chu Yun disappeared, hoping that Chu Yun would come back to see her more often, and she also hoped that Chu Yun would forget her and never go to that place where there was no way to survive for her. The more she struggled, the more sad she felt. Suddenly, Luo Qingcheng wanted to cry, but she couldn't even shed tears. "I'm back." At this time, a figure suddenly flashed out and returned to the floating island. Luo Qingcheng was startled. When she saw that the man was Chu Yun, she couldn't help but worry. "Why are you back? Can't you go out?" "You can go out." Chu Yun smiled and said, "I just want to experiment with something." As he spoke, he slowly opened his palms and constructed something in the void in front of him. The main law of space and the other 8 laws were supplemented. With the power of destiny, he changed the structure of this space. This action fell into the eyes of the 13 saints, which made people extremely surprised. They didn't understand the law of space, and had never come into contact with the power of destiny that integrated the 9 laws, but they could see that what Chu Yun was doing now was full of wonderful ideas. "Okay." Chu Yun looked at the door floating in the air in front of him and fixed it here permanently. Then, he looked up at the 13 saints in the air and said, "Next, I will leave here and go to a place far away. If possible, I should be able to pass through this space door and come back here at any time." After the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but get nervous and extremely anxious. She knew what that meant. If Chu Yun could come back at any time, then no matter where he went, wouldn't it be equivalent to being with her? Since the establishment of the Yuan Dao Fengshan Dafa, the 13 saints were most afraid of loneliness. Although there were 12 brothers and sisters by their side, Luo Qingcheng still hoped to be with Chu Yun. If Chu Yun could come back at any time after leaving, she would almost wake up with laughter in her dreams. A moment later, Chu Yun left the floating island again and teleported to the outside of the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. The Yuan Dao mountains at this moment have become completely different from when they came. With the floating island above Yuan Dao city as the center, hundreds of thousands of miles in radius were covered by a huge space turbulence, and at the same time, it seemed to be fixed by a drop of glue. The entire space turned into a huge sphere, which was sealed by the Yuan Dao sealing heaven great method performed by 13 saints. Not only the floating island, but also the Yuan Dao city below was within the range of this seal. So Chu Yun appeared directly outside the Yuan Dao mountains as soon as he teleported out. Chu Yun turned his head and looked at the huge sphere covering the entire Yuan Dao mountains behind him. The scope of that area has exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. It is like a small planet, sitting on the ground. He flew quickly in one direction, and his figure flashed several times during the process. He kept moving forward with the method of teleportation. Each time he moved forward, he could cross a distance of tens of thousands of miles. After being promoted to the heavenly fate realm, Chu Yun's strength has reached a level that he can't imagine. Even the power of the earth demon body, which is comparable to the supreme realm, is not worth mentioning in front of the heavenly fate realm. He walked very far, then Chu Yun stopped and left a space mark at the original place. The next moment, Chu Yun's figure disappeared from the original place. Following the space gate in the Yuan Dao Feng Tian Da Fa, he appeared directly in the floating island, and in an instant, he was back. It seems that I succeeded. Chu Yun raised his head and looked at the saints in the sky. The corners of his lips slowly raised a little arc, and said, I walked millions of miles, but it only took a blink of an eye to come back. Ha ha ha. Is this the law of space? Is this the realm of destiny? It's really overbearing and unreasonable. Sun Zheng laughed loudly, sincerely happy. The other saints were the same. Chu Yun could come back at any time. This was undoubtedly a great thing for them. The feeling of being able to communicate with the outside world at all times was really too important. Humans have always been social creatures. Loneliness is the most terrible enemy. Communicating with people and the outside world is an eternal need. I have now opened the rules of this space gate. You can try to see if you can let your divine thoughts pass through the space gate and directly transmit to the outside world. Chu Yun said, and stretched out his hand and pointed. 13 beams of light flew out from the space gate, shining directly on the 13 saints in the sky, asking them to send their divine thoughts in. Then, he teleported out and returned to the position between teleportation. He held the space mark connected to the space gate on the floating island in his hand and listened attentively. Hello, hello, can you hear me? I'm Sun Zheng, junior brother Chu. Can you hear me? I'm Zhong Wanhua. I feel my divine thoughts have come through. Silly, you did a good job. The voices of the saints came, like a phone call, messy. Everyone's voice was very clear. Chu Yun divided the space mark into 13 parts, threw 12 of them aside, and then fixed the one that belonged to Luo Qingcheng on his left ear in the form of a space mark. Then, he placed his mind on the space mark and whispered, now, we can talk anytime and anywhere, and the senior brothers and sisters can't hear us. Humphrey, who wants to talk to you alone? Luo Qingcheng replied arrogantly, but the happiness in her tone could not be hidden. Chu Yun also smiled, and then replied to the remaining 12 space marks one by one, indicating that he could hear what they said. Then, Chu Yun managed to construct the space mark into an invisible mirror, and directly transmitted the picture at this end to the space gate on the floating island. In an instant, the 13 saints on the floating island were surprised to find that the halo inside the space gate left by Chu Yun below gradually spread like water waves, and then turned into a mirror. What appeared in the mirror was the scene on Chu Yun's side. All of a sudden, all the saints couldn't help but exclaimed, mysterious mirror technique. It can be used like this. Junior brother Chu, you are such a genius. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun smiled and greeted the mirror, saying, in this way, all the senior brothers and sisters can follow me and see what's happening in the outside world together. At the same time, the moment the mysterious mirror technique was successful, Chu Yun himself couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When the portable phone turned into a portable video call, the 13 saints should never feel lonely again, right? Chapter 404 Explanation. To be honest, at the moment when the mysterious mirror technique was used, the saints were very excited and happy when they saw the scenery of the outside world from Chu Yun's perspective. They asked Chu Yun to look back and see what the Yuan Dao Lingtian sect looked like now. Chu Yun naturally agreed and then returned to the Yuan Dao Mountains. Standing in the Yuan Dao Mountains, looking from afar, you can see a huge sphere standing in the mountains. That is the Yuan Dao ceiling heaven array built by 13 saints, which almost covers the entire Yuan Dao Mountains. Alas, it's hard for the disciples in the sect and the citizens in the Yuan Dao city below. They have suffered an unexpected disaster. Seeing this, the sect leaders on Wanhua sighed and said, Master, don't blame yourself. Luo Qingcheng sighed, It's time and fate. Things have come to that point. In addition to sealing the sect, we have no other way. If we really want to blame, we can only blame the demons. Yes, what the little sister said is right. If you want to blame, blame those demons. Ningiki agreed immediately. After that, after the saints denounced the demons, they could not help but worry. Zhong Wanhua said worriedly, in the past, the outside of Jiazu was peaceful, and the scattered magic monsters were often cleared by the strong men of each state. It was difficult for the demons to appear. It was rare to have a demon comparable to the saints. But the demon we saw in the space crack the day before yesterday was mighty and powerful, with thousands of troops. The demons were just insignificant like pawns. Above them, there were many powerful demons that could be called gods. In the past, these demons did not know the existence of Jiazu. Now that they have come to the outside of Jiazu, I am afraid that the days to come will be difficult. Even if the demons cannot enter Jiazu due to the world barrier, they will definitely try their best to invade our world. If the incident of the demon creating space turbulence happens again, I don't know if the people of other sects can stop it like we did. In this world, not every force with a saint has such a powerful method as the Yuan Dao Feng Tian Da Fa, and not every saint of every force can resolutely make a decision that may sacrifice himself in a critical moment. Jiazu is too big, the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. It is really not easy to always be on guard against the demons who have mixed in Jiazu and caused sabotage. What happened here should be reported to Jiazu as soon as possible. Chu Yun said in a deep voice, the demons are here, and what happened in the Yuandao Lingshan sect must be known to the entire Jiazu immediately. On the one hand, we must remind other forces to be vigilant against the demons outside the world barrier. On the other hand, we must also take this opportunity to protect the Yuandao Lingshan sect's subordinates. After he finished speaking, Zhong Wanhua paused slightly, then agreed. Junior brother Chu's words make sense. After the Yuandao Lingshan sect was sealed, it was no longer able to support such a large force. It is only a matter of time before it is swallowed up by other forces. However, if this matter is made public, at least the sect will have occupied a righteous position. Even if other forces want to swallow up our subordinates, they will not use too bad means, otherwise they will be stabbed in the back. That's exactly what I mean. Chu Yun nodded. Zhong Wanhua said, you are going north now, to Yuanheng City, which is the largest city under our Yuandao Lingshan sect. There is an elder from the sect sitting there, who is my confidant. You go to Yuanheng City to find him, and I will let him arrange everything. Okay, Chu Yun responded, and then headed north. With his current speed, coupled with the constant teleportation of the space law, he was not much inferior to the saints when he was on the road, and this is calculated at a fixed speed. If we calculate the movement speed during the battle, Chu Yun's teleportation technique, when moving around, is undoubtedly faster than any saint, unless the opponent is a saint who has comprehended the space law. After a while, Chu Yun arrived at Yuanheng City. At this moment, everything in Yuanheng City was as usual, and they had no idea what happened to their main sect in the distant Yuandao Mountains. When Chu Yun arrived at the city gate, he did not land. He raised his guest elder token at the city gate and said, I have something important to tell you. Let Elder Songen come out to see me. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers guarding the city saw the elder token and gave way. One of the generals said, Elder Songen should be in the city lord's mansion now. You can go there to find him. Yes. Chu Yun nodded and flew into the city. After a while, he came to the city lord's mansion of Yuanheng City. With the token, he walked all the way in. Not long after, Chu Yun met Zhu Songen, the inner elder of Yuandao Lingshan sect, in the study of the city lord's mansion of Yuanheng City. The other party was handling matters in Yuanheng City. Seeing Chu Yun coming, he couldn't help but be startled. Haha, it's Elder Chu. What brings you here? I wonder what brings you here? Zhu Songen was obviously a little surprised to see Chu Yun. He had met Chu Yun once when he returned to the sect last time and knew Chu Yun's identity, but the two of them just greeted each other and didn't even say a word. He really didn't know what Chu Yun came to see him for. Junior brother Songen, it's me. At this time, Chu Yun opened the space mark, allowing the one representing Zhongwanhui to emit divine thoughts and communicate with Zhu Songgan. Senior brother, the sect leader. Zhu Songgan was stunned for a moment, and his expression was even more surprised. Divine thoughts are different from talking to people. Maybe some people can imitate other people's voices, but they can't imitate the feeling of divine thoughts communicating with people. He knew as soon as he heard it that the person who was communicating with him at this moment was his senior brother, the sect leader, Zhongwanhui. Alas! Zhongwanhui sighed softly and said, "Next, I am going to tell you something very serious. You must be mentally prepared. Just 2 days ago, a demon appeared in the sect." Zhongwanhui explained to Zhu Songgan what had just happened, but he hid the matter about Chu Yun. It was not that he did not trust Zhu Songgan, but the matter of the nine-turn nirvana body being promoted to the heavenly fate realm was too sensitive. Once it was spread out, who knows what kind of storm it would cause. If the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect was still there, the saints could protect Chu Yun, but now that the sect was sealed, the 13 saints could no longer move, and Chu Yun had no one to rely on. So, Zhongwanhui just said, "Before the formation of the Yuan Dao Fengshan Dafa, I asked Elder Chu Yun to take the sound transmission stone and leave. Now the entire sect has been sealed by us. Although I have no regrets, I have many things to tell you about other followers in the sect." After hearing these words, Zhu Songgan sat there for a long time like a wax, unable to stop the sadness in his heart, and said, "Senior brother Chu, you alas." He sighed, but his eyes were red and tears fell. He has been following Zhongwanhui since he was a child and has always been the little follower of the sect master. After hundreds of years of getting along, he knows very well what kind of person Zhongwanhui is, and he also knows very well what Zhongwanhui and other saints in the sect will choose to do in the face of such a disaster as the invasion of the demon god. Although he was extremely shocked and sad about this sudden news, which was like a bolt from the blue, he did not doubt the authenticity of the matter. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Songgan forced himself to cheer up and said, "Brother, tell me what you want to do. I will help you do it even if I have to sacrifice my life. It's true, but it's not that dangerous." Zhongwanhui smiled lightly, and then said seriously, "First of all, I want you to inform the entire Jiaozu of what happened in the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect as quickly as possible. After it spreads to any force, ask them to immediately spread it to everyone they can contact, because this is a major event concerning the lives of the people in Jiaozu. The demons have a power that we cannot resist, and they are ready to move outside the world barrier. The entire Jiaozu is under their claws. All human beings must be clearly aware of who their enemies are and what kind of power they have, and they must defend from the inside of the world." Referring to our experience, if the demons in Jiaozu cooperate with the demons outside, there is only one way to open the space turbulence, and that is to use the method of destroying the teleportation array. There are tens of thousands of teleportation arrays in Jiaozu, which are simply too numerous to count, but there are not many that can cause such huge damage that the entire space will collapse. The floating island of our Yuan Dao Lingshan sect is a good example. After other forces learn of this news, they must strictly guard their own teleportation arrays and must not let the demons seize the opportunity to sneak in. In addition, all forces must not leave Jiaozu easily. If they must go to other places, they can only choose to teleport. The outside of the universe is now full of demons, and there is only one way to die. As for those who have recently left the world barrier and escaped back without dying, they should be paid special attention. It is best to interrogate and torture them strictly, because they are likely to have been controlled by the demons outside the world barrier and become spies of the human race. Although the two tribes are incompatible, there has never been a shortage of traitors who betray the entire tribe for their own selfish reasons, and this is also the most dangerous thing. We must be absolutely vigilant against the rat shit within and not let them spoil the whole pot of soup. Zhongwanhui made a long speech and entrusted many things, but each one was very important. As the leader of the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, he could often see 10 steps ahead when looking at problems. The demon tribe had just appeared outside Jiaozu, and Zhong Wanhua had already thought of many strategies to deal with the confrontation between the two tribes, and this is undoubtedly extremely important for the human race and the entire Jiaozu. Any step, as long as it is done in advance, can avoid great losses. This is why I never thought about competing for the leader, Luo Qingcheng said quietly. Chu Yun nodded in agreement and said, in this regard, you are indeed not as farsighted and thorough as the head brother. It is right for him to be in charge of the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. After talking about the external strategy, Zhong Wanhua paused for a moment, then said to Zhu Songyan, as for ourselves, alas, we have to let go of what we should let go. Without the saint in charge, the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect's territory cannot be maintained. Even for self-protection, we have to accept the rule of other sects. However, when the news of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect sealing the sky to block the invasion of the demons spreads, we will have taken the lead. As long as you take the initiative, no force should make things difficult for you. After these things are publicized, you can each find a suitable force to join. Senior brother, hearing this, Zhu Songyan's tear glands, which had stopped, burst again, and tears streamed down his face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Living Hell. After all the instructions were explained, Chu Yun set off. On the other hand, Elder Zhu Songyan followed Zhong Wanhua's instructions and sent people to all the surrounding forces immediately to inform them of the invasion of the demons. In a very short time, the news spread and caused a great sensation. After hearing about this, the first reaction of the forces was of course suspicion. After all, the so-called demons have always existed, but in the eyes of the people of Jiaozu, they are not a threat. The scattered demons outside the universe will be eliminated soon if they have intelligence, and it is difficult to become a climate. How come a powerful group that surpasses the saints suddenly appeared? But when the messengers of these forces, and even the leaders, came to the Yuan Dao Mountains in person, they looked at the scene in the mountains and couldn't help but be shocked. 13 saints, jointly performed the secret method, sealed the sky with the holy domain, and locked the collapsed space turbulence. Such a scene was shocking at a glance. At the same time, near the world barrier at the border of Shuaiyunzu, there were often news that those who went out had no news and never came back. Many forces sent people to investigate, but in the end, they found nothing. Not only that, but all the people who investigated were also killed outside. Therefore, in a very short time, the news about the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect sealing the sky to prevent the invasion of the demons spread throughout the entire Shuaiyun province, and the news also spread rapidly to the other 8 states. As more and more people disappeared outside the world barrier and never came back, people finally realized the fact that the demons had invaded. At the same time, there were also a small number of warriors from large forces who had a hard time escaping after leaving the world barrier. When they returned to their respective sects and forces, they were not greeted with care and concern, but were immediately imprisoned and interrogated. It is known that the power of the demons is far greater than that of the human race in Jiaozu. There are countless first-level demons comparable to saints, and there are also several demons who can be called gods above them. Such a force appeared outside the world barrier, and the various forces in Jiaozu could basically assume that those who went out were a group of dead people, and those who luckily escaped back could be assumed to be spies who defected to the enemy and betrayed their clan. Perhaps among them, there would be a very small part, or even just 1 or 2 people, who were really lucky and escaped from the demons' roundup. But, facing such a major event that concerns the life and death of the entire Jiaozu human race, all the major forces are clear-minded. It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. The gap between the enemy and our strength is too big, and the human race cannot afford to lose, so there can be no luck. And the facts have proved that all of those who returned to Jiaozu have actually defected to the enemy, and the means by which the demons instigated them to revolt were mainly coercion and inducement. The demons have also tried means such as brainwashing, possession, and puppet control, but their power can be fully exerted outside the world barrier. But when those puppets that have been exerted are sent into Jiazu, their power is immediately blocked by the world barrier and completely loses its effectiveness. The demons born from outside the universe are completely different from those born from the world. Although the latter are also demons, they are born in the world, so their power can be fully exerted in the world, just like the demon that caused the spatial turbulence of Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong. The demons born from outside the universe are naturally repelled by the world barrier. Not only can they not enter the world barrier of Jiazu, but their power is also difficult to penetrate. When all the forces of the races realized this, the originally panic-stricken mood finally stabilized a little. Humans realized that in the face of powerful demons, their most powerful weapon is actually the world barrier. As long as the world barrier is still there, the demons cannot invade, and their power cannot penetrate in, and they can only stare at the world barrier. At the same time, the news of Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong gradually spread in Jiazu, which made all the forces stand in awe, and also made them realize a crucial factor, that is, the teleportation array. The teleportation array is related to space. During the teleportation process, it will break through the limitations of space from the inside and have a slight impact on the world barrier. Once a strong external force, such as the power of the earth vein, destroys the teleportation array itself, it may cause a space turbulence. Once the space turbulence is formed, the demons outside the world barrier can use it to infiltrate their power and form a channel for the devil to descend. After realizing this, the various forces in Jiazu have imposed strict restrictions on large teleportation arrays. For those teleportation arrays with abundant energy supply that may cause space turbulence, they are directly closed or destroyed. This is undoubtedly a lot of trouble for the human forces. After all, with the size of Jiazu, the teleportation array is the most convenient and best choice when going out. But now, all the forces in Jiazu have restricted their own large teleportation arrays. For example, the teleportation between states is always guarded by a saint-level existence, and there is more than one. Everyone who wants to pass through the teleportation array must not only deliver more expensive resources than before, but also undergo strict identity checks. If the identity check fails, that is, no one endorses you, you cannot try the teleportation array even if you have money. After leaving Yuan City, Chu Yun took the teleportation array and headed south. When Zhong Wanhua and others asked Chu Yun where he was going, Chu Yun's answer was that he was going to Tanhuazu. Why are you going there? Do you know anyone? Luo Qingcheng asked him. In Tanhuazu, there is a secret realm that is about to be opened. The scale is expected to be very large. At least it can attract many major forces with saints to come. I want to find the Jiazu Ding, so I naturally have to look for it among these major forces. The possibility that they have this thing is the greatest. Chu Yun replied. In his system space, a secret realm map is now lying quietly, and it says that there are more than 2 months before the secret realm is opened. The secret realm that requires a cultivation level above the supreme realm must have extremely high-grade treasures, which will definitely attract many overlord-level forces to compete for it. In such a place where the wind and clouds gather, maybe you can find out information related to the Jiazu Ding. Even if there is no information, Chu Yun will make a profit by going to the secret realm to get some treasures to improve his cultivation level. It's just that it's probably not easy to go to Tanhuazu now. Zhong Wanhua sighed softly and said, every teleportation array between states has a huge amount of earth vein power to supply energy. Just like our Yuan Dao Lingshan Sex floating island teleportation array, you should have noticed along the way that the forces in Jiazu reacted very quickly and have imposed certain restrictions on the teleportation array. Indeed, Chu Yun nodded. In Jiazu, there are many large cities that have made their teleportation coordinates public and can accept teleportation from any teleportation array. The foundation of such a teleportation array city is to make profits through the passenger flow of the teleportation array. At the same time, it is also the most important transportation hub in Jiazu. For example, the teleportation array of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect only opens the teleportation coordinates to the teleportation arrays within its own forces. If you want to go out, You can only teleport to these large cities with open coordinates first, and then teleport to the location you want to go step by step. Along the way, Chu Yun teleported all the way to the southern part of Tanhuazu. Everything went smoothly in the early stage, but after a few days, when he went to the teleportation arrays in those big cities, he encountered many restrictions, including quota restrictions, identity checks, etc. Chu Yun relied on his identity as an elder of Yuan Daolingshan sect to pass through many places smoothly, but there were still some places that knew about the demise of Yuan Daolingshan sect. Although there was no problem with identity verification, they still asked him for more teleportation fees. Once we arrive in Tanhuo City and take the teleportation array to Tanhuo Province, the identity check will be even more stringent. The identity of an elder of the Yuan Daolingshan sect should be of no use here. Zhong Wanhua said slowly, then paused, seemed to smile, and said to the rest of his fellow apprentices, "Do you have any connections?" After he finished speaking, Ningiki was the first to respond. He said, "When I was traveling around the world in my early years, I worked as traveling doctor for a while and left a bit of a reputation in the world. Now I'm one of the guardians of Tanhuo City, and I'm a bit pretentious. Junior brother Chu can be said to be my junior brother, and he'll do me a favor." "Oh?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, a smile appeared on his face, and said, "What was senior brother Ning's name at that time?" "Ahem, this." Ningiki coughed twice, seeming to find it difficult to speak. At this time, Luo Qingcheng's voice rang out, ruthlessly exposing Ningiki's shyness, saying, "Brother Ning's nickname at that time was the Living King of Hell. Every time he saved someone, he would not take a penny, but would leave a sentence. The King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning. I will keep you until 5 o'clock. Cough 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 cough. Ningiki's cough became more intense. If his body could still move, he would have found a crack in the ground and crawled into it. It was too shameful. Chu Yun couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He never expected that brother Ningiki, who looked very serious and generous on weekdays, was such a frivolous and immature guy when he was walking in the world. The King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning. I will keep you until 5 o'clock. He would say this sentence every time he saved someone, and then leave gracefully. Thinking about this scene makes people feel a little goosebumps. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Anyway, junior brother Chu, after you arrive in Tanhuo City, go find Lin Chang, the city's guardian. Take the token he left for me as proof, and he will meet your request as a way of repaying the favor he showed me." Ningiki kept his voice steady, trying to pretend that nothing had happened, but the rest of the fellow disciples couldn't help themselves and were laughing so hard that their bellies burst. Chapter 406, Token. According to senior brother Ningiki, all the items he left behind during his years of wandering around the world were stored in a secret room in Cheyenne Peak. So, Chu Yun returned to the floating island through the space mark, went all the way to Cheyenne Peak, walked into the main hall, moved the cabinets on the wall in a side hall, and opened a secret room. When they walked in, the senior brothers and junior brothers looked around with great curiosity. There were 3 rows of shelves in the secret room, and on each row of shelves, there were some items piled up. Among them, tokens and jade pendants were relatively common, accounting for more than 60% of the total. The remaining 40% are more bizarre, such as a broken sword, a dried leaf, a small tripod, etc. There are all kinds of objects. Everything on it is an experience and a story when I was traveling in the world. Even if some of them have long been forgotten, they are still fresh in my memory now. Looking back, it was a period of carefree and happy days. Ningiki looked at the things on the rows of shelves and pointed with his mind, saying, "The blue jade pendant on the second row of shelves is the token we are looking for. Take it." Chu Yun nodded. He could hear that senior brother Ningiki's serious sigh was actually to cover up something. He saw through it, but he didn't expose it. He stepped forward and picked up the blue jade pendant. But Chu Yun had the emotional intelligence to not expose it, but the other brothers had no scruples. "Brother Ning, you just said that every token here represents an experience, a story. Then can I ask, what story does the pair of white socks on the top shelf of the third row represent?" Luo Qingcheng asked in an innocent tone, And there is more. Uruoxi took advantage of the victory and followed up. What's the matter with the belly band in the corner of the first row? Brother, you usually have thick eyebrows and big eyes. I didn't expect you to be such a person. What's wrong with me? Don't talk nonsense. Ningiki hurriedly explained, hesitating. They forced them on me. I didn't take the initiative to ask for it. And his explanation was obviously getting worse and worse. The brothers and sisters looked at the dignified and honest brother, whose dark history was constantly exposed, and the whole secret room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Chu Yun also noticed that the last token in the third row of cabinets was a big red gold-stamped invitation with a big Xi character written on it. Obviously, it was a wedding invitation, and according to the position where it was placed, it was naturally guessed that it was the last token that senior brother Ningiki received after he traveled the world. In other words, when he received the wedding invitation, it was also the time when Ningiki retired from the world. Senior brother Ning is also a man with a story. The woman he liked got married and sent him an invitation. He received it, but did not attend the appointment, and retired from the world from then on. Chu Yun sighed in his heart, listening to the brothers and sisters around him, led by Luo Qingcheng, asking Ningiki about his black history in the past. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to use forced questioning. Ningiki was obviously a little autistic, and he was so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom and 1-living-room house with his toe. When Chu Yun arrived in Tanhao City, Luo Qingcheng and others were satisfied to listen to the story of the owner of the pair of socks and belly band, and their gossiping hearts were greatly satisfied. As for the last wedding invitation, all the brothers and sisters had obviously seen it, but no one asked, because they know that the socks and belly band represent some absurd things that Ningiki encountered when he was young and frivolous. There may be some sweetness in them, it doesn't matter if they are mentioned, it's just a joke. But the wedding invitation represents the bitterness that made Ningiki retire from the world of martial arts. It may touch the regrets and pains that he doesn't want to mention in his heart. The brothers are all sensible people who know when to advance and retreat. Naturally, they know what to ask and what not to mention, unless Ningiki takes the initiative to say it. When Chu Yun entered the city and asked the soldiers guarding the city about the guarding of Tanhao City, he learned that there were 3 guards in Tanhao City, each of whom was a saint-level strongman. Among them, the saint who had an old relationship with brother Ningiki was named Lin Chang, and his mansion was in the north of Tanhao City. So Chu Yun asked about the location of Lin's mansion and went straight there. Soon, he arrived at the gate of a magnificent mansion. It was called a mansion, but in fact, it was not much different from a city within a city. It covered an area larger than the imperial palace of an ordinary country. Inside, there were magnificent buildings, palaces, and even vast fields. Stop, tell me your name. This is the Lin family's garrison. You are not allowed to trespass. In front of the Lin mansion, hundreds of fully equipped armored soldiers, with shiny armor and swords in hand, were stationed here. When Chu Yun stepped forward, several warriors shouted in unison, "My name is Ning Jiu, and I am the living king of Hell Ning Chi. I have an old relationship with your Lin garrison. Take this token to see Lin garrison, and he will meet me." Chu Yun spoke in a deep voice and threw the blue jade pendant over. The warrior at the door saw this and hurriedly took it. Seeing Chu Yun's extraordinary demeanor and his old relationship with his own town guard, his demeanor and tone slowed down a lot, and he said, "Please wait a moment." After that, the warrior immediately took the jade pendant and entered the Lin mansion. Not long after, the warrior came back, followed by a middle-aged man with a long beard, who walked like a dragon and a tiger, with an extraordinary demeanor. Obviously a big shot who had been in a high position for a long time. He is Lin Chang, the town guard of Tanhao City. Ningiki's mind came. Luo Qingcheng smiled. "We haven't had any contact for so many years." When this token came out, the saint came to greet him in person. Senior brother Ning, who was the living king of hell, really had a lot of face. Ningiki didn't say anything else. That day, Lin Chang, the governor of Huasheng town, came to the gate of the mansion with the blue jade pendant tightly in his hand. After seeing Chu Yun outside, he was slightly stunned and said, "Brother, are you brother Ning Chi's junior brother, Ning Jiu?" Yes. Chu Yun nodded and smiled slightly. Hello, Town Guard Lin. Ningqi was the alias used by senior brother Ningiki when he was wandering around the world. The living king of hell was just a nickname given to him. Chu Yun now wanted to pretend to be senior brother Ningiki's junior brother, so he simply changed his name to Ning Jiayu. Please come in quickly. Lin Chang smiled and made a gesture to Chu Yun to invite him into the mansion. He said kindly, "Brother Ningqi and I were friends for life in the past. He disappeared for so many years, and I thought he had encountered some accident. Now that I see little brother Ning Jiayu, I feel relieved. How is your senior brother recently?" "Not bad." Chu Yun touched his nose, a smile appeared on his face, and said, "It's just that senior brother wandered outside for too long in the past, which made master unhappy, so he has not been allowed to come out for all these years. This time I have to go to Tanhao province to do some things. When senior brother knew about it, he asked me to come here to say hello to you, Lin Zhenzu." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chang laughed and said, "It seems that brother Ningqi hasn't forgotten me after so many years." "Of course." Chu Yun smiled slightly. Lin Chang said again, "But I don't know why brother Ning Jiayu went to Tanhuazu. To be honest, master has an old friend who was seriously injured in Tanhuazu and his health is getting worse. After master learned about this, he asked me to treat him," Chu Yun said without changing his expression. Although he looked serious, more than a dozen voices in his ears were already chattering. "I have to say that junior brother Chu is really an acting school." He came up with these words easily and made them up very naturally. He also inadvertently said the purpose of his going to Tanhuazu. It was really natural. Senior brother Sun Zheng laughed. Luo Qingcheng said unhappily, looking at his behavior, "I know that he must have lied to people many times in the past. You don't know that when I first met him, I was also deceived by this guy. At that time, I pretended to be a weak woman and was chased by a big bear, and then..." As she spoke, Luo Qingcheng shared her experience when the two first met with all the senior brothers and sisters. After listening, Liu Ruoxi couldn't help laughing. "Junior sister, it's not junior brother Chu's fault for deceiving you. It was obviously you who wanted to deceive him at first, but you were found out and played along." "Humphrey, senior sister, you are talking nonsense. How can I call that a lie? I was just pretending with good intentions." "He was a lie," Luo Qingcheng muttered dissatisfiedly. "Ahem." Chu Yun picked up a cup of tea and coughed twice. Why was he chatting with Lin Chang when a small theater started over there and started talking about his dark history? At this time, Lin Chang put down his teacup and said with a smile, "Since brother Ning Jiayu is going to Tanhao province, I will handle this matter clearly for you. However, before brother Ning Jiayu leaves, I have an unwelcome request." "Brother Lin, please speak." Chu Yun nodded, and the address had changed from Lin Zhenzu to brother Lin, which was the result of the two of them chatting and talking. "Ahem." Lin Chang coughed twice, lowered his voice, and said, "I wonder if brother Ningqi asked Chu to bring me something when he asked Chu to come, for example, a prescription?" Chu Yun paused slightly. "A prescription? Tell him, there is." Before he could open his mouth, Ningiki's helpless voice rang out, and said, "The prescription is 2 tails of ghost tobacco, 1 black wind tiger king whip, 3 drops of Taishui True Dew, 1 pound of hurricane tree bark ground into powder, only take the green part, and then the rhizome of moonflower." As he spoke, Chu Yun nodded to Lin Chang and smiled slightly. "Of course there is, brother Lin. Please take note of it. The prescription is ghost tobacco." After a simultaneous interpretation, Lin Chang took the prescription, satisfied and left happily, saying that he would arrange for Chu Yun to go to Tanhao province. Chapter 407 Secrets. After Lin Chang left, Chu Yun heard the curious questions of his fellow apprentices. "What is the prescription for? Is Lin Zhenzu injured?" "Stupid, definitely not. If he was injured, how could he have been injured for decades? The prescription must have other uses, and judging from the cunning look of Lin Zhenzu, it might not be a good medicine. I heard that the Black Wind Tiger King Whip has some." "Ahem, forget it." The fellow apprentices talked about it. Ningiki sighed helplessly, and said, "Yes, it is for that purpose. Brother Lin was injured before, and that place is not very effective. and he often needs to rely on elixirs for assistance. For this reason, he has come to me many times, and I promised to help him think of a solution. After the voice fell, Chu Yun's expression suddenly became very strange. No wonder Lin Zhenzu was so excited just now. Afterwards, the housekeeper of the Lin mansion came and showed great respect to Chu Yun. He said politely, "Dr. Ning, please follow me. The master will arrange for you to stay in Qingfeng Pavilion for a while." Chu Yun nodded and followed the housekeeper of the Lin mansion to Qingfeng Pavilion to stay. After waiting for a night, the next day, Lin Zhenzu came back with a rosy face and high spirits. "Brother Ning, you are really my dear brother, ha 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 ha." As soon as they met, Lin Chang shook hands with Chu Yun vigorously, his face full of excitement and relief, and his eyes seemed to be shining. Ahem. Chu Yun cleared his throat, looked at Lin Chang, and said, "It seems that brother Lin last night." "Very good, great." Lin Chang looked aftertaste, and then couldn't help touching his waist with his hand, then laughed and said, "I have arranged for brother Ning to go to Danhao province. The teleportation array will be opened in half an hour. Let's go now. I'll see you off." "That's great." Chu Yun smiled slightly, nodded, followed Lin Chang out of the Lin mansion, and headed out of Danhao City. Similar to the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, although Danhao City mainly relies on the teleportation array as an economic vein, the main body of the teleportation array is not built in the city, but in the mountains outside the city. This is done for safety reasons. After all, this kind of public teleportation array serves everyone, whether good or bad, righteous or evil. It is possible to come in. If it is in the city, it is very likely that a wave of malicious people will be teleported in, causing huge damage. On the other hand, it is also for energy considerations. The distance between states is very far, and the teleportation array that can span such a long distance requires a huge amount of teleportation energy. Therefore, the teleportation array of Danhao City is backed by the entire mountain range and mobilizes the power of the earth veins in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles. Otherwise, it cannot be activated at all. Lin Chang brought Chu Yun here, and there were more than a dozen figures waiting for teleportation. Seeing that Chu Yun was sent by Lin Chang himself and was smiling, they couldn't help but guess who Chu Yun was, and why a garrison in the realm of a saint was so polite to him. The entire teleportation array is divided into 3 areas, corresponding to the 3 garrisons in Danhao City. Each garrison has his own number of quotas when the teleportation array is in progress. When Lin Chang brought Chu Yun here, the other 2 garrisons also brought the same number of figures to teleport together. "Brother Ning, it's getting late. The teleportation array will be activated soon. When you arrive at Danhao province, if you encounter any trouble, you can send someone to send a message to me. I will respond to any request you make." Lin Chang spoke in a serious voice, and patted Chu Yun on the shoulder. Of course, Chu Yun responded with a smile, and stepped into the teleportation array, with the discussion of the crowd still ringing in his ears. It seems that the medicine given to him by senior brother Ning is really effective. "Don't talk nonsense. Lin Zhenzu is an upright and generous person," Ning Giki defended weakly. The teleportation array was activated, and after a period of severe weightlessness, Chu Yun's figure appeared in a completely unfamiliar place. Danhao province, outside Shuaiyun city. The 9 states are far apart, and only between 2 adjacent states can teleportation be carried out. Just as the big city from Shuaiyun province to Danhao province is called Danhao City, the big city connecting Danhao province and Shuaiyun province is called Shuaiyun City. At this moment, Chu Yun and a figure came to the teleportation array outside Shuaiyun City. There were hundreds of warriors from Shuaiyun City around the outer edge of the array to meet them. "Is this Danhuazu? I don't feel that there is anything particularly different from Shuaiyunzu. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is also similarly rich, and the fire elements in the air are not much more than Shuaiyunzu." Chu Yun muttered to himself, and heard Luo Qingcheng's response. Jiazu is named after the 9 laws, but in fact it is just a name. It doesn't mean that the water elements in Shuaiyunzu are so powerful, and the fire elements in Danhuazu are so fierce. They are all the same. Chu Yun nodded, stepped out of the teleportation array, registered his identity with the guards of Chu Yun city below, and then he could leave. Brothers and sisters, has anyone been to Tanhuazu? Do you know where the Xuanhao mountains are located? Chu Yun asked as he went down the mountain. I know. Senior brother Sun Zheng smiled and said, the Xuanhao mountains are a very famous mountain range in Tanhuo province. It is vast, spanning 1,000,000 miles. It has always been a place of competition among the major overlord-level forces in Tanhuo province. From ancient times to the present, no force has been able to bring it all under its jurisdiction. Is this Xuanhao mountains important? Chu Yun asked. It is very important. It can be said to be a battleground for military strategists. Sun Zheng responded and said, the Xuanhao mountains were the home of the Kylin clan, a clan of divine beasts, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Later, the dragon and the phoenix fought, and the Kylin clan participated in the war. They wanted to reap the benefits, but they were exterminated by the dragon and the phoenix. Countless Kylin fell and were buried in the Xuanhao mountains. The Kylin clan's homeland is a treasure land with unique advantages. After that war, countless Kylins nourished their flesh and blood, causing the entire Xuanhao mountains to become a treasure land for cultivation. Even in Tanhuazu, there has always been a so-called legend, or prophecy. One day, if a force can rule the entire Xuanhao mountains, it will be able to obtain the inheritance of the Kylin clan and dominate the world. But no one knows whether it is true or not, because the place is too large and too precious. From ancient times to the present, it has attracted countless forces to compete for it, and no force has ever been able to unify it. Under this jagged situation, the war lasted for an unknown amount of time. Until the past few thousand years, the major forces that had been competing in the Xuanhao mountains finally reached a consensus. They stopped fighting each other and divided the Xuanhao mountains according to the existing territory. The 8 forces divided the entire Xuanhao mountains into 8 parts and built a Kylin city in the center of the Xuanhao mountains to govern it together. I see. Chu Yun nodded. He didn't expect that there was such a complicated story behind the Xuanhao mountains, which even involved the story of the extermination of the ancient Kylin beast clan. After hearing this, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but ask, the Dragon Phoenix War happened in ancient times. I have also heard about it, but how did the Kylin tribe get exterminated by the Dragon and Phoenix? The Dragon and Phoenix tribes were fighting well. Why did they suddenly join forces to deal with the Kylin tribe? Maybe they don't want to be the ones who take advantage of them. Zhong Wanhua smiled slowly and said, after that war, the Kylin tribe was exterminated and the Phoenix tribe was seriously injured. For hundreds of thousands of years afterwards, the shadow of the Phoenix was rarely seen in the world. As for the Dragon tribe, it fled to the Chaos Sea in Kongzu and has not appeared for a long time. But what exactly happened in this matter, and why is it involved until now, who can tell? Chapter 408, Xuanhao Mountains. 14 days later, Chu Yun arrived at the territory of the Xuanhao Mountains and headed all the way to Kylin City. As brother Sun Zheng introduced, the Xuanhao Mountains are a place of contention for military strategists. Since ancient times, the Kylin City, as the core of the Xuanhao Mountains, has attracted thousands of heroes to compete for supremacy. Recently, in the depths of the Xuanhao Mountains, a very ancient relic was discovered and is about to be unveiled. The outer protective formation is so strong that even several saints have not been able to break it. As soon as this news came out, it caused turmoil in the entire Tanhuo state. Countless people rushed to Kylin City from all over the world, making the already chaotic situation here even more chaotic. Chu Yun walked in the Xuanhao Mountains. Since he played the teleportation formation, there has been an endless stream of people around him. Looking at the direction, they are all heading towards Kylin City. Among them, there are many forces from famous sects, several warriors with strong auras, traveling with the young people in the sect, and there are also many figures like Chu Yun who walk alone. Chu Yun naturally didn't want to get involved with these people, so he avoided the main road and went to Kylin City from the side. However, he didn't expect that there were quite a few people who had the same idea as him. The entire Xuanhao mountain range seemed to be full of people. It's not surprising that the relic that even saints can't break through the barrier can attract so many people. Zhang Wanhu commented, "Alas, I haven't been to Tanhuazu for many years, but the scenery in the Xuanhao Mountains is just as usual." Sun Zheng saw the scenery beside Chu Yun through the Xuanjing technique, and said with emotion, "Look, fellow disciples, the plants in this mountain range, whether flowers, grasses or trees, all have strong spiritual properties, and the fire element is extremely rich, as if they will burn at any time. This is the result of the influence of Kylin blood. Every ordinary grass here will be helpful if taken outside and taken by fire warriors, not to mention that there are countless high-quality spiritual herbs in this mountain range. The value of those spiritual herbs that have absorbed more Kylin blood and continued is even more terrifying. In addition, there are many treasured places for cultivation in the Xuanhao Mountains. After the Kylin eyes fell to this point, they can evolve into a secret realm. Entering it to accept trials can hone the mind. After the Kylin heart fell to this point, it can evolve into a blood pool, which has an excellent effect on the physical fitness of warriors. It can be said that affected by the fall of the Kylin clan, the Xuanhao Mountains are full of treasures, and the 8 major forces that can gather here are also the strongest top forces in Tanhuazu. Any one of them is a terrifying existence with dozens of saints. Sun Zheng had also traveled in Tanhuazu before, and he would not miss the famous Kylin city. At this time, with the help of Chu Yun's Xuanguang mirror, he came back to visit the old place, but it was as if the chatterbox was opened, and he introduced it to Chu Yun and everyone with emotion. "Could it be that senior brother Sun also has some stories to share with us? Is it about socks or belly bands?" Uruoxi laughed jokingly and said, "Hee hee." Sun Zheng snorted twice and said, "I'm not as high profile as senior brother Ning back then. For stories like this, you have to ask our living king of hell Ning divine doctor." As soon as the voice fell, a group of fellow brothers laughed again. "I've introduced the Xuanhao Mountains well, and you're asking me what to do?" Senior brother Ningiki sighed helplessly. Everyone. At this time, Chu Yun looked at the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in front of him, and there was a strange reaction. There were inappropriate spiritual power and elemental fluctuations, which spread like a subtle wave. He slowly stopped and said, "There seems to be something going on in front." Hearing this, the brothers all looked serious and reminded him in a voice transmission, "It seems that someone is fighting in front. Do you want to go over and take a look?" "Since we are here, just take a look." Chu Yun smiled faintly, and then he moved forward and rushed towards the source of the chaos of elements. Not long after a journey of thousands of miles, Chu Yun came to the outside of a valley. Several figures in front of him were fighting extremely intensely. "Hand over the Kylin pearl, and I will let you 2 brothers and sisters leave. If you insist on not changing your ways, we will kill you 2 here." With a sharp shout, 3 figures surrounded a man and a woman and were entangled and besieged. Among them, the 3 besiegers were all dressed in black, while the besieged man and woman, the man was wearing a blue robe, and the woman was wearing a light yellow dress. The brother and sister seemed to be in great difficulty under the siege. The brother and sister can't hold on any longer with the number of people. Chu Yun took a look and understood the situation at the moment. The 3 besiegers were all in the Supreme Realm, and the young man in blue was also in the Supreme Realm, but he had to protect the sister in the Life Wheel Realm. In order to protect the woman in the light yellow dress, he had suffered a lot of injuries and was in a critical situation. "Are you sure?" At this time, senior brother Sun Zheng was stunned for a moment, but said, "I know the young man in blue. He is Zuzan from the Zhu family of Tanhuazu Mining City. He is the son of an old friend of mine. If you can, you..." Before he finished speaking, Chu Yun's figure had already shot out like an arrow from a string, rushing straight towards the battle group in the valley. If it was just a fight between strangers, Chu Yun would just watch. But since the young man in blue was the son of senior brother Sun Zheng's old friend, there was nothing to say and he could just help out. Chapter 409 Burden. The fierce battle continued. In the valley, 3 black-clad warriors of the Supreme Realm had completely controlled the situation. Facing such a battle, the woman in the light yellow dress who was at the Fate Wheel Realm could not help at all and could only exist as a burden. The 3 Supreme Realms besieged the 2 of them. In fact, many times, They had the opportunity to kill the woman in the light yellow dress directly, but they did not do so. It was not because they did not like bullying the weak, nor because they did not want to attack women, but they wanted to keep this burden to drag Susan down. Many times, once they were about to attack the woman in the light yellow dress, Susan would risk his life to protect his sister, even if he was injured. Therefore, the three black-clad warriors of the Supreme Realm took advantage of this and attacked Susan through the woman in the light yellow dress, making the battle smoother. If the woman in the yellow dress died, and Susan, whose cultivation in the Supreme Realm was not inferior to theirs, was determined to run away, it would be difficult for them to deal with him. It would be better to use the woman in the yellow dress to drag Susan to death as they did now. "Brother, go by yourself." The woman in the yellow dress had tears on her face. She had long seen the fighting intentions of the three people, but there was nothing she could do about it, unless her brother gave up on her and left on his own initiative. But Susan was covered in wounds, but he was very tough and said, "Don't worry, Yun, brother is fine." As he said that, he was attacked again and couldn't help but groan. "I told you to surrender and hand over the Kylan Pearl, and I will spare your lives," the black-clothed man in the lead said with a playful face and a sneer, looking at the brother and sister, his face full of amusement, as if he had already regarded them as turtles in a jar. "Stop talking about these useless nonsense. Kill me if you have the guts," Susan shouted angrily, not moved at all. This was not his first time in the martial arts world, and he was no longer so naive. If they really surrendered, in this environment where no one knew and there would be no consequences or impact if they were killed, it would be a miracle if the three of them could keep their lives. Surrendering would only make them die faster. Chu Yun sobbed twice, seeing that her brother was about to collapse. If this continued, the two siblings would surely die. So, she took a deep breath and made an extremely difficult decision. The sword in her hand no longer moved forward, but was actually across her snow-white neck. "Brother, I'm sorry," Chu Yun said, and the long sword moved horizontally, and then wiped across her neck. In the current situation, she has completely become a burden to Susan. If she doesn't die, Susan will not be able to break free of this shackle, and will eventually die. Sister. Susan turned back suddenly, his eyes were about to burst, and all his strength rushed forward. He wanted to pull back to save Chu Yun, but it was too late. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yun, and two slender fingers gently pinched the long sword. "Who is it?" Chu Yun's tears were still on her wet eyes. She wiped her neck hard, but failed. The long sword seemed to be frozen by eternal frost and could not move at all. She turned her head and suddenly saw a handsome man with sword eyebrows and star eyes. He smiled and looked at her calmly. "Wait for a while at the side, it will be quick," Chu Yun said softly, and then patted Chu Yun's shoulder. The next moment, Chu Yun's figure disappeared from the spot and was teleported to a distant mountain in an instant. After comprehending the law of space and completing the destiny promotion, Chu Yun's application of the 9 laws has reached a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. The law of space alone, in addition to being able to teleport himself, establish portals, and space marks, can also teleport others by touching them. At this moment, Chu Yun joined the battle and teleported Chu Yun out as soon as possible to prevent her from being affected by the battle later. "What is going on?" Chu Yun was instantly teleported to a distant hilltop. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked down at her hands and feet. The feeling of weightlessness had just disappeared. Then, she looked around nervously, and in the distance ahead, she saw her brother Susan, who was still fighting with the 3 bad guys in black. "Thank you, brother, for saving my little sister's life." After seeing this scene, Susan immediately thanked him loudly, his tone full of gratitude for surviving the disaster, and his expression was obviously excited. "You're welcome." Chu Yun smiled faintly, looking at the 3 black-clothed Supreme Realm warriors around him, and said, "Let's deal with these 3 first, and then we can talk about the others." As soon as the voice fell, the 3 black-clothed Supreme Realm warriors looked cautious. Their eyes were fixed on Chu Yun, and they all felt bad about this boy who suddenly appeared. The method he used just now seems to be the teleportation technique of the space law. This kid is actually a monster who has comprehended the space law. one of the black-clothed supremes whispered, his tone full of jealousy and strong sourness. So what about the space law? His cultivation is obviously not at the supreme realm, so let's deal with him too. The other person snorted coldly, and just as he finished speaking Pucci, a sound of a sharp blade entering the flesh sounded from behind him, and then he lowered his head and saw a piece of snow-white sword tip protruding from his left abdomen. Chu Yun appeared behind him, thrust the holy sword Lingxiao into the waist and abdomen of the black-clothed Supreme Realm warrior, and then turned it violently, completely crushing the opponent's dodgen. You just said, "Are you going to kill me too?" Chu Yun asked with a faint smile. The other two Supreme Realm warriors widened their eyes at the sight, their pupils full of astonishment. What kind of a trick is this? It can kill a Supreme Realm warrior in an instant. This is simply outrageous, even for a saint. The fundamental reason why his combat power far exceeds that of the Supreme Realm is the existence of his own Saint Realm. As long as he enters the Saint Realm, the Saint will have almost infinite power, which cannot be contended by warriors below the Saint Realm. But, even for a saint, it is not so easy to kill a Supreme Realm warrior in the domain. It is a crushing crush, but it is not a kill. And Chu Yun, such a young warrior whose cultivation was obviously not at the Supreme Realm, actually killed the Supreme Realm warrior in 1 second. This is outrageous. Chapter 410 Attack and Defense Exchange. Chu Yun hasn't fought with anyone for a long time, since he followed Luo Qingcheng Tuan Dao Lingshan sect. Except for a fight with the disciples of Sanchen Guiling sect on the first day, all the rest of the time was spent in peace. And it just so happened that it was during this period that Chu Yun's strength was greatly improved, from the 5th turn of Nirvana to the 9th turn of Nirvana, and then promoted to the Heavenly Fate realm. During this period, because he had never fought with anyone, Chu Yun actually had a certain degree of ambiguity about his own strength. He just felt that after he was promoted to the Heavenly Fate realm, he should be able to stably defeat the warriors of the Supreme Realm. But when they didn't fight, he could only guess what the real situation was. And now, this question has an answer. The answer is, ridiculously strong. The application of the law of space in battle can be described as against the sky. Although Chu Yun had mastered the means of teleportation before, the teleportation of the instant star was limited by time, and it could only be tried at the most critical moment. However, there is no limit to the law of space. Chu Yun can use this ability at will and teleport continuously, which means that his body movements in battle are almost completely unpredictable. Just like just now, the 3 black-clothed Supremes were standing opposite him, but Chu Yun was able to come directly behind the enemy in the blink of an eye and kill him with one move. Moreover, it is not only the law of space that is powerful, but also other law abilities. When Chu Yun teleported behind the black-clothed Supreme, in that short moment, the black-clothed Supreme actually noticed the movement behind him and had to react subconsciously. But he was too late, because Chu Yun was too fast. So fast that even the Supreme Realm warriors could not keep up with his speed. This is not really fast or slow, but the result of the influence of the law of time. At that moment, Chu Yun adjusted his speed 100 times faster. Relative to the outside world, Chu Yun's speed was 100 times faster. How could the outside world react? With the cooperation of the 2 laws of time and space, my speed is not the best in the world, but it's not far behind, right? Chu Yun asked in a low voice in his ear. What do you think, brothers and sisters? From a saint's perspective, can my attack just now be defended? After the words fell, the brothers and sisters were silent for a while, and then Zhong Wanhui responded. The speed can't keep up, but it can be defended. Why? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. The teleportation of the space law, plus the 100-fold acceleration of the time law, has made your attack speed faster than all the Supreme Realm warriors in this world. Even a saint can't keep up with you. I can tell you responsibly that a saint can't keep up. However, the strongest means of a saint is the saint's domain. The moment you attack, even if the saint himself cannot react, his domain will be activated immediately at the moment he senses the danger, blocking your attack outside. Unless you can enter the saint's domain, you can't hurt a saint, Zhong Wanhui said, and after a pause, he said, also, there is one thing you have to be careful about. That is, don't enter the saint's domain, regardless of whether the other party masters the space law or not. The saint's domain naturally has the characteristic of blocking space. Your space law teleportation ability is likely to be unable to be used in the saint's domain. There is a precedent for this. Those who have comprehended the space law and promoted to the nirvana realm cannot use the teleportation power in the saint's domain. But of course, they are not you. You are unprecedented, 1 in a billion, and you may be able to use the power of space law in the realm of saints. If you have a chance, I suggest you find a saint to try it out, and make sure of this first. Otherwise, if you really meet a hostile saint, you may be in danger. I understand. After a long speech, Chu Yun nodded and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Brother." At this moment, he can safely classify his combat power into the category of invincible under the saint. Let's go. At this time, the remaining 2 Supreme Realm warriors saw that Chu Yun killed one of them in an instant when they met. While their hearts were shocked, they immediately made the most correct choice and turned around and ran. Although they didn't know what kind of way Chu Yun was, one thing was certain, that is, this young man was really fierce. If they left too late, they might die here. Don't run, stop right there. After a brief moment of shock, Zuzan quickly came to his senses, turned defense into offense, and took the initiative to entangle with one of the black-clothed Supremes. In an instant, the offense and defense were exchanged, and the 2 black-clothed Supremes wanted to curse their mothers. Looking at Zuzan, who was entangled like a piece of candy, they simply had no temper at all. "Song Momming, you bastard, you actually left me alone to go. You will die." Among them, the black-clothed Supreme who was entangled by Zuzan turned his head and saw that his companion had already slipped away and completely left him behind. For a moment, he couldn't help cursing, but he didn't curse for long before he saw Chu Yun's figure disappear from the original place, and then in an instant, he came directly behind Song Momming and also attacked. Because of the precedent, Song Momming had long been on guard against Chu Yun's teleportation sneak attack, so he gathered extremely strong power of heaven and earth around his body for defense. When Chu Yun attacked, the power of heaven and earth connected with the surrounding hurricanes, spreading outward like a tornado. Chu Yun's holy sword Ling Xiao pierced into it, and was quickly changed by the hurricane. "Hey!" Chu Yun's lips slowly raised a little arc. If this guy thought that he only had the teleportation of the law of space and the speed of the law of time, he was wrong. For any defense connected with the power of heaven and earth, at least it must be supported by the basic law elements. For example, Song Momming's power of heaven and earth connected with the law of wind, which triggered the hurricane for defense. At this moment, Chu Yun's sword body also quickly generated spontaneous powerful wind energy, which gathered together with the surrounding hurricanes, perfectly offsetting Song Momming's power of heaven and earth. With a puff, after a short interference, the sword finally went to where it should go. Chapter 411, Life-Saving Grace. 2 Supreme Realm warriors died here. Chu Yun retracted the holy sword Ling Xiao, looked at Song Momming's body, and nodded slowly. Even in the case of a head-on attack, the defense of the power of heaven and earth built by the Supreme Realm warriors is not enough to stop my attack. The 9 laws of the Destiny Realm cover all the types of spiritual power of heaven and earth that the Supreme Realm warriors can call upon. No matter which law it is, I will restrain it. Chu Yun secretly transmitted the sound, and a burst of exclamation sounded in his ears. It is worthy of being the unique Destiny Realm. This kind of combat power performance can be said to be the first person under the saint. Senior brother Ningiki exclaimed. Zhong Wanhui also sighed, saying, with his speed of teleportation and the law of time, he is even faster than a saint in hunting down supreme warriors. Luo Qingcheng was also very excited, saying, in this way, when you are promoted to the saint realm, won't you be invincible in the world? He. Chu Yun smiled and didn't respond. Everyone didn't know yet that the real Destiny realm could not be promoted to the saint. After the stage of knowing human destiny, one must know destiny. After knowing destiny, one is directly promoted to the God realm. For example, the old figure in the underground palace of the true spirit realm, although he finally completed the 9-turn nirvana, he was not an orthodox Destiny realm. He could only be regarded as a high imitation copycat, and he was still on the path of an ordinary warrior. With Chu Yun's current vision, he could probably guess that after the old figure merged with the cosmic magic energy, his own cultivation system should be regarded as returning to the path of an ordinary warrior. The previous 9-turn nirvana and the 8 laws that were successfully swallowed were all replaced by the cosmic magic energy. In other words, the old figure at that time was no longer a warrior who had reached the 9-turn nirvana, but a special warrior who had comprehended the magic power of the universe. On the other side, Zuzan's battle with the last Supreme Realm warrior continued. After seeing Chu Yun kill 2 Supreme Realm warriors, Zuzan was greatly excited. Even though he was seriously injured, he still burst out with endless fighting spirit and fought with the Supreme Realm warrior. It seemed that he was obviously planning to kill this last enemy himself. After Chu Yun saw his intention, he had no intention of taking action again and watched quietly. The last Supreme Realm warrior, seeing his 2 companions being killed, was also extremely desperate in his heart. He knew that as long as Chu Yun was still there, even if he killed Zuzan, he would still die. However, he did not give up, but fought with Zuzan with all his strength. It was not known whether it was because of the will to survive or the so-called dignity of a warrior that drove him to do so. He wants to take hostages. Luo Qingcheng's voice sounded, revealing the plan of the Supreme Realm in black. Chu Yun smiled slightly, not surprised, and said, he can't do it. Within the transmission range of Chu Yun's spatial law, Chu Yun is a god who controls time and distance. Any warrior below the Saint Realm cannot stop his attack of teleporting and backstab. If Chu Yun wanted, he could have attacked the Supreme Realm in black at the moment when the knife of the Supreme Realm was on Zuzan's neck and killed the Supreme Realm in black directly. This is the power of the Destiny Realm, which is not only reflected in absolute strength and speed, but also in those mysterious mysteries. For example, at this moment, Chu Yun watched Zuzan fighting against the Supreme Realm in black. In this lightning-fast battle, he even saw the changes of both sides after 3 moves, as if he had predicted the future. Ordinary warriors in the Fate Wheel realm have the ability to peek into a corner of fate. In specific battles, they can anticipate the enemy's moves, make accurate predictions, and sense the opponent's next move compared to warriors below the Fate Wheel realm. This is easily affected, because if the opponent is also in the Fate Wheel realm, the ability to peek into the fate of both parties will affect each other, and the final result will become unpredictable, and this ability to be one step ahead will disappear. But the Fate realm, which controls the entire Wheel of Fate, can completely peek out the 3 moves of the 2 sides in the battle. In this battle of dozens of breaths, Zuzan and the black-clothed Supreme Realm have fought for thousands of moves. Chu Yun watched from the side, and the 3 moves after each move were all within his predictions. Not a single move went wrong. That is not a true prediction of the future, but the result of reverse deduction through the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual power, the elemental changes of the 9 laws, and all those subtle fluctuations. All the spying eventually pointed to the same result. Zuzan launched several consecutive attacks, fighting against the black-clothed Supreme, and then with an unexpected surprise attack, he thrust the sword in his hand to the black-clothed Supreme's chest. Puff! The sword pierced through his chest, pierced through his back, and ended the battle. Zuzan put away his sword, looked at the black-clothed Supreme's body, and couldn't help but gasp twice. It took him a long time to stabilize his state. On the other side, Chu Yun, who was teleported out, saw that the battle was finally over, and his heart finally settled down. Then he quickly flew over, nervously supported his brother, and said, "Brother, are you okay?" "It's okay." Zuzan smiled, shook his head at his sister, and then looked at Chu Yun, clasped his hands solemnly, and bowed deeply. "Brother, I am very grateful for saving my life. Please accept my greetings first." As he said that, he bowed down, and Chu Yun beside him saw Chu Yun's pretty face blush, and then hurriedly lowered her head and bowed down with her brother. "It's my duty to help when I see injustice," Chu Yun said, and a pill shot out from his fingers and flew to Zuzan, saying, "You are seriously injured, eat it." Zuzan raised his hand to catch it, and didn't even look at what the pill was, and opened his mouth to eat it. Although it is common sense that children know that when traveling in the martial arts world, You can't eat other people's things casually, but it also depends on who gave it to you. If Chu Yun hadn't helped, the two brothers and sisters would have died by now. If they wanted to harm them, Chu Yun wouldn't have to waste any pills. He could just take whatever he wanted. After the pill entered his mouth, a cool breath flowed through his body, like a spring breeze blowing through. Zuzan's body trembled slightly, and then he felt extremely comfortable in all his limbs. The injuries caused by the power of heaven and earth were also quickly recovered under the effect of the pill. After a while, Zuzan opened his eyes and knew that the pill that Chu Yun handed over casually was actually higher in grade than a holy pill. Their Zhu family is a martial arts family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Although saints have been born in every generation, the overall size of the family is still far inferior to those of the big sects. At least the holy pills are definitely treasured, and they can't be handed out to people like this. Brother, you saved my life first, and gave me the holy medicine later. This kindness is really beyond my ability to repay, Zuzan said with a wry smile, and then took out an object, saying, "This is a treasure that my brother and I just found. It is a Kylin pearl handed down from ancient times. It should be a thing condensed after a Kylin fell. This time, I will give it to you. I hope you will not refuse it." "Oh?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, laughed, and said, "Okay, then I will accept it." As he said, he took the blood red gem. Chu Yun actually didn't know what the specific function of this thing was, nor did he know how much it was worth, but since Zuzan wanted to give it to him, he had to accept it. Otherwise, Zuzan might feel guilty and couldn't help wondering why Chu Yun saved them and whether he had a bigger plan. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you see injustice and help someone, saving a life is fine, but you also give him a holy elixir to help him heal his wounds. If you say there is no reason, others will not believe it. Chu Yun's reason is that senior brother Sun Zheng has a friendship with the father of the Zhu siblings, but this cannot be revealed to the siblings. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Kirin Order. You two are here. Are you going to Kylin City? Chu Yun asked. Of course. Zuzan nodded and said, I've heard that there will be an ancient relic of extremely high grade in the Xuanhao Mountains. Even the saints cannot open its outer protective formation. There must be a shocking treasure inside, so I brought my little sister to join in the fun. As he said that, Zuzan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thinking back to what he had just experienced, he couldn't help but sigh that the water in the Xuanhao Mountains was too deep. He hadn't reached the relic yet, and he almost died in this mountain range. If he really entered the relic, who knows what kind of danger he would face. In that case, why don't we go together and go into the city first? Chu Yun smiled faintly. This place is still a long distance from Kylin City. Because the relic is about to be unveiled, there are all kinds of people in the Xuanhao Mountains. Even a young supreme warrior like Zuzan may not be able to protect the safety of himself and his sister. Thank you very much. Zuzan hurriedly thanked him. Afterwards, the three of them set off and headed for Kylin City. Soon, the three of them arrived at the gate of a majestic city. Above the city, a huge magic array was hanging high, running all the time. The core of the magic array was two beads the size of a wash basin, which were rotating in the array like eyeballs, looking quite intimidating. What is that? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and pointed at the two beads and asked. Kylin eyes, Zuzan said with a smile. The formation at the city gate is used by the city to detect the identities of all people entering the city. The two beads are the eyes of the Kylin. Relying on this formation, the details of everyone entering the city can be seen, including race and cultivation. If there are demons hiding their identities, they will be discovered before passing through the Kylin eyes. Understood. Chu Yun nodded. Tanhuazu is different from Shuaiyunzu. The relationship between the demons and humans in Tanhuazu is not good. The two sides are hostile to each other. As the Xuanhao Mountains are an important place for the human race, they naturally have to guard against the infiltration of demons. While the two were talking, several figures had already arrived in front of the city gate. People went to the city gate one after another. In addition to paying the entry fee to enter the city, they also had to be reviewed under the Kylan eyes. Everyone who walked under the Kylan eyes had to be looked at by 2 Kylan eyes. The first Kylan eye detected the race. After finding that it was a human, it would light up white. The second Kylan eye detects cultivation, and there are 8 colors in total, namely red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and gold. Among them, red represents the physical realm, orange represents the Kyanjun realm, yellow represents the Wanshai realm, green represents the Shanghai realm, blue represents the Nirvana realm, blue represents the Fate Wheel realm, purple represents the Supreme realm, and gold represents the Holy realm, which is the realm of the saint. Chu Yun and the Zhu brothers and sisters lined up in the crowd, watching the light that occasionally lit up on the second Kylan eye, and they were a little confused. They didn't know what kind of light would light up when they stepped forward in the Fate realm, but it can be foreseen that no matter what kind of light is lit, it will definitely cause movement at the city gate, which is not what he wants. Soon, it was Chu Yun's turn. The Zhu brothers and sisters stepped forward and paid the fee for entering the city, including Chu Yun's share, and then stood under the city gate one by one. The first Kylan eye lit up with a white light, proving the human identity of both parties. If it lit up with a black light, it represented the identity of the demon race. The second Kiran eye shone blue, representing the Fate Wheel realm, and purple, representing the Supreme realm, on the Zhu siblings. And then it was Chu Yun's turn. Swish, 2 Kiran eyes lit up one after another. The first one was white, and the second one was purple. Welcome to young Supreme Realm Masters to enter the city, please. The soldiers guarding the city gate made a gesture of invitation to the 3 people, and this gentle attitude was mainly for Chu Yun. A warrior like Zuzan who was promoted to the Supreme Realm in his 30s and 40s was also a genius with extraordinary talent. But it was not too exaggerated. Chu Yun was different. He looked so young, but he was also in the Supreme Realm. The meaning behind this was very different. Only the top overlord level forces could cultivate such a young Supreme Realm. The Zhu siblings were not surprised by Chu Yun's cultivation, because they had long seen Chu Yun's method of killing 2 black-clothed Supremes alone, and even doubted in their hearts whether Chu Yun was a top genius who had comprehended the law of space and was promoted to the Supreme Realm. However, what no one knows is that the light on the second Kylan eye is actually fake. When Chu Yun walked to the second Kylan eye, he had already noticed that the Kylan eye's running aura had changed, and it was not a small change, but a change that he didn't know what information it would show. Kylan, as a long-lived divine beast, has seen thousands of things in the world with its eyes. Every kind of demon race and every realm has been seen by them, so the Kylan eye can detect the race and realm of the person. But Heaven's Fate realm, this unprecedented realm has never been achieved by anyone in history. How can you show a realm that even Kylan has never seen? Therefore, Chu Yun changed the spatial refraction around him, so that the Kylan eye that could not show any color of light, lit up with a purple light representing the Supreme Realm, and successfully passed the test. Let's go into the city. Chu Yun smiled slightly. Kylan City, Danfu. As the largest city in the Xuanhao Mountains, Kylan City does not belong to a certain person or a certain force. There are 8 major forces that truly control Kylan City, namely the 3 great families, the 4 great sects and the 1 great chamber of commerce. The real headquarters of these 8 forces are all huge behemoths that command dozens of saints, and they can also be called overlord-level forces. They built Kylan City and established Danfu in the city. There are 8 seats in the palace, 1 for each family. Whenever there is a major event, the 8 seats of Danfu must vote together to make the final decision. At this moment, the representatives of the 8 overlord-level forces are holding a meeting in the Danfu Council. Recently, Kylan City has become more and more uneasy. No matter what cats and dogs, they all move at the news. Now, Kylan City has almost gathered all the major forces in the entire Danhao state. The law enforcement team in the city has almost no time to rest. What do you think we should do? Wang Kenyang, the head of the Wang family among the 3 major families, was holding a pair of exquisite pearls, and his eyes lightly swept over the other 7 people at the table. and asked first. "We can't let this chaos go on." Chi Tanren, the great elder of Lingxiao sect, one of the 4 major sects, spoke in a deep voice. "The ruins haven't even been opened yet, but the city is already in chaos. There are grudges against each other, some fighting because of some friction, some jealousy, and all kinds of other reasons. They fight every day. After the ruins are closed, they will just pat their butts and leave, leaving behind a mess. Won't it be us 8 families who have to clean up? We must not let them mess around. It's better to unblock than to block." Song Zia, the president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, exhaled slowly and said, "Many forces have grievances with each other, and they will fight each other as soon as they meet. We can't control this kind of thing, nor can we suppress the hatred between the 2 sides. However, if we have to fight, we must fight according to rules, and we can't fight randomly." President Song makes sense. After the words fell, Chi Tanren, the great elder of Lingxiao sect, nodded and agreed. "As the masters of Kylin City, we should formulate a clear rule. If anyone violates the rule, they will be expelled from the city. No one can give face. If they want to fight, they can set up an arena in the city and whoever wants to fight can fight." "I agree." Second. "Okay, let's do it." As soon as this was said, it was immediately unanimously agreed by the other families and soon passed unanimously. Although these 8 overlord-level forces have always been fighting openly and secretly, and they are not a solid block at all, but at this time of external confrontation, the 8 forces can still show due unity. After all, allowing those foreign forces to fight indiscriminately in Kylin City will destroy the common interests of the 8 families. Once a proposal that does not affect the interests of any of the 8 families and is beneficial to everyone appears, it will naturally be passed unanimously. Afterwards, the order of the Tanfu Council was passed out at the fastest speed, and was publicized in various places throughout Kylin City, and the rules were also established. From now on, private fights are strictly prohibited in Kylin City. Anyone who needs to fight must go to the designated arena in the city. Life and death are determined by fate, and success or failure is determined by heaven. If you fight to the death outside the arena, if you are caught, you will be immediately expelled from the city and will never be allowed to enter Kylin City again. Shortly after the order was issued, the door of the conference hall was hastily pushed open. A Tanfu staff member who was responsible for detecting the formation in the city rushed in with a cautious and anxious face, saying, "Elders, there is something wrong with the city gate. The Kylin Eye just detected that an unknown existence has come to Kylin City. The first Kylin Eye detected the human race, but the second Kylin Eye detected nothing." He narrated what had just happened at the fastest speed, and when his voice fell, 4 of the 8 seats immediately flew up and headed straight for the city gate. The people in the other 4 seats stayed where they were and asked about the situation. "What do you think will happen?" The man swallowed and said, "The second Kylin Eye detects realm. It can detect any realm of human, even the most special 9 revolutions nirvana, but this time it showed nothing. There is only one possibility. The person who wants to enter the city is very likely not a human. Not a human." The 4 elders of the council looked at each other, and Song Zia, the president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, said in a deep voice, "So, you suspect it is a demon, but didn't the first Kylin Eye detect that the other party is a human?" The demon clan's cultivation system is divided into human demons, earth demons and sky demons, which are completely different from the human race's cultivation system. If the person entering the city is a demon, it is normal for the Kylin Eye not to detect it. Indeed, the Tanfu staff took a breath nervously and said, "So I wonder if it is a demon possessed by the human race?" It occupied the human body and deceived the first Kylin Eye, but the second Kylin Eye detected the abnormality in its cultivation. After the voice fell, the 4 elders of the council present were silent. After thinking for a while, they felt that this was reasonable. Could it be that in such a short period of time, the demons outside the domain have found a way to successfully hide from the world barrier and possess the human race to enter Jiazu? Or is it that the demons born in Jiazu have set their sights on our Kylin City and intend to create an incident similar to that in Shuaiyunzu? Wang Kenyang, the head of the Wang family, exhaled slowly, thinking a lot in his heart. This is undoubtedly a very important matter, and the meaning behind it is even more worrying. But they are not panicking at this moment, because since the abnormality at the city gate has appeared, the soldiers guarding the city will definitely respond, no matter what the other party's identity is, whether it is a hidden demon or not. It cannot easily enter the city. However, not long after, 2 of the 4 council elders who had rushed to the city gate suddenly returned. "What's the situation?" Wang Kungyang asked immediately. The Lingxiao sect's great elder Qi Tanren, who had hurried back, slowly exhaled and said, "Nothing is wrong, everything is normal." Chapter 413 Search. How is it possible that everything is normal? The Tanfu staff member in charge of monitoring the Kylin City formation was surprised for the first time, and then he realized that he had said something wrong, and hurriedly lowered his head and whispered an apology to the Grand Elder Qi Tanren of Lingxiao sect. "I'm sorry, Grand Elder, I didn't mean to question you. But, how is this possible?" Not only me, but everyone in the monitoring station saw the abnormal movement of the city gate formation. This monitoring station has been running for hundreds of years and has never had any mistakes. "I understand." Qi Tanren nodded lightly, and then with a complicated look on his face, he said, "But, the guards at the city gate did not find any abnormalities among all the people entering the city, nor did they find the kind of people you said, where the first Kylin eye detects humans and the second Kylin eye detects abnormal people." The Tanfu staff member was surprised, and then his face became more solemn, and said, "My elders, the monitoring information sent back from the formation base station cannot be wrong. If there is no abnormality at the city gate, that person must have found a way to conceal it from the guards, or simply used some means to interfere with the formation's prompts. But no matter what, one thing is certain, that is, that person has already entered the city." In Kylin City. After the words fell, everyone present looked at each other, no matter how unwilling they were to believe it. This was the only possibility. "It's getting more and more unpeaceful." Qi Tanren, the great elder of Lingxiao sect, sighed slowly, looked at everyone, and said, "No matter what that person is, he is the biggest uncertainty in Kylin City now. We must give priority to the possibility that he is a demon. I suggest that we secretly strengthen the guards at various important formation locations in Kylin City, and add at least 3 saints to each location." "Okay." Song Zia, president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, nodded, and then looked at the Tanfu staff member, and said, "If that person used concealed means to enter the city, he must have entered in the way of a normal person in the second Kylin eye. We don't know what light he showed, but what about the people before him?" The Tanfu staff member was stunned for a moment, then quickly recalled, and said, "It was a blue Fate Wheel realm and a purple Supreme realm, and the next one was this abnormal person." As soon as the words fell, Song Zia had already stood up and left, rushing straight to the city gate. When he arrived at the city gate, the guards around him immediately bowed and saluted. Recall immediately, how many people followed a blue Fate Wheel Realm warrior and a purple Supreme Realm warrior when they entered the city just now? Song Zia asked in a deep voice. The people guarding the city recalled immediately, and then quickly remembered, because there were not many Supreme Realm warriors among the people entering the city, and each one of them could leave an impression on people. Replying to the elder, there were indeed 3 people who entered the city together, 2 men and 1 woman. Among them, the woman was in the Fate Wheel realm, and the 2 men were both in the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm who entered the city last was dressed in white, with an extraordinary demeanor, and looked quite young, only about 20 years old. The soldiers guarding the city answered immediately. 20-something Supreme Realm, dressed in white. Song Zia slowly narrowed his eyes, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Found you." On the other side, Kylin City, West City, 3 figures suddenly appeared in an alley, and their figures teleported over. "Benefactor, what are you doing?" The Zeus siblings were surprised, because Chu Yun grabbed their arms not long after they entered the city, then teleported away, and when he appeared again, he was here. "I have some guesses, just to be safe." Chu Yun smiled and replied. Just now, when he entered the city, Chu Yun suddenly felt something in his heart. There seemed to be 4 saint-level beings in the distance, rushing towards the city gate quickly. He didn't know why the four saints came, but he just made a move at the Kylin Eye at the city gate, and four saints rushed over immediately. If it wasn't such a coincidence in the world, he would have better hide. So Chu Yun immediately pulled the Zhu siblings, teleported away, and appeared in the depths of Kylin City to avoid being found if the city gate was checked later. Benefactor, is this trying to use the law of space in Kylin City? Zhu Yuan guessed in his heart, but didn't ask, just looked at Chu Yun's side with curious eyes. Let's go and have a good look around this city. Chu Yun showed a smile on his face, looked at the Zhu brothers and sisters, and said, I heard that this is not your first time here, so please introduce the situation in this city to me. No problem. Zuzan nodded immediately, walked in front, with a warm face, and after leaving the alley, he introduced the situation around the city to Chu Yun. Kylin City is the largest city in the Xuanhao mountain range. There are 8 overlord-level forces gathered here. Its scale is naturally magnificent and magnificent that ordinary people can't imagine. The whole city is divided into 8 areas: DC District, XC District, South City District, North City District, Southeast City District, Southwest City District, Northwest City District, Northeast City District. Each of these 8 districts is more magnificent than a giant city outside, and each district is controlled by a overlord-level force. At this moment, the location where Chu Yun and the Zhu brothers and sisters were teleported was the XC District, which was the farthest from the city gate. Along the way, Chu Yun walked in this block and listened to Zuzan's introduction. In his ears, all the senior brothers and sisters were talking about it. It seems that the abnormality of junior brother Chu's entry into the city has been noticed. The arrival of the four saints is definitely not a coincidence, Zhong Wanhua said in a voice transmission. After he finished speaking, the rest of the senior brothers and sisters also agreed. A formation of that scale usually has a formation control center, equipped with several detection personnel, monitoring day and night. Although junior brother Chu's method was hidden from the city gate, it could not be hidden from the monitoring personnel of the Formation Control Center. Now, the 8 elders of the Tanfu Council of Kylin City should have known that an abnormal person entered Kylin City. Perhaps, they have learned about junior brother Chu's appearances through the guards at the city gate, and also know that the people following him are Zuzan of the Supreme Realm and Zhu Yuan of the Fate Wheel Realm. Sun Zhang slowly exhaled and said to Chu Yun, "Junior brother Chu, for the sake of safety, you should separate from the Zhu brothers and sisters here. You act alone. If you hide your appearance, no one in Kylin City will be able to find you." Chu Yun thought for a moment after hearing this, and suddenly laughed after a while, saying, "Perhaps, I don't need to be so secretive." Chapter 414 Arena. Kylin City, Shengqi District. The entire city is divided into 8 areas: East, West, South, North, Southeast, Northeast, Southwest, Northwest. The Shengqi District is located in the most central area where the 8 urban areas intersect. Some important public facilities, including the Tanfu where the Council of Elders is located, are all in this Shengqi District. At this moment, in the Shengqi District, on the Kylin Square, a huge arena has activated the formation. According to the latest order of the Council of Elders, any warrior who enters Kylin City is not allowed to fight privately. If there is a dispute, they can go to the arena in the Shengqi District to decide the winner. If they fight outside the arena, they will be expelled immediately after being discovered and will never be allowed to enter the Xuanhao Mountains again. Those who violate the order will be executed immediately. As soon as this order came out, the warriors in the entire Kylin City took it seriously. After all, this is an order jointly formulated by 8 overlord-level forces on their own territory. No one will doubt its seriousness. Even those foreign overlord-level forces, whose individual forces are not inferior to any of the 8 forces in Kylin City, have to give the Elder Council this face at this moment. If there is a dispute, they have to come to this arena to compete. But soon, many warriors who came here to duel found an embarrassing problem. That is, there are too many people in Kylin City, and too many people to duel. And the arena can't be said to be too few, but there is only one. It's like 100 people who want to go to the toilet, but there is only one pit. This has led to many people wanting to go on stage to fight, but they've found that they couldn't get in line at all, and could only stare blankly below. And those warriors with lower cultivation are not even qualified to queue. Let's ask. 2 supreme warriors, with strong gunpowder smells, want to go on stage to fight. At this time, it is the turn of Nirvana warrior to go on stage. The 2 supreme warriors come over to cut in line. Who dares not to give up their seats? Gradually, no one dared to sign up for the martial artists below the supreme realm. Everyone was waiting in the audience, waiting for the martial artists with the highest cultivation to finish fighting first. As a result, the martial arts competition on the Kylin Square gradually changed. Most of the people who came here before were here to fight to the death according to the rules, but gradually, as more and more Supreme Realm martial artists competed on the arena, the purpose of the audience changed. After all, the battle between the Supreme Realm is not so easy to see. And on the Kylin Square, there are many Supreme Realm martial artists fighting each other every day. For any martial artist who wants to increase his knowledge and improve his vision, it is an excellent opportunity not to be missed. Nothing can improve one's own combat experience better than watching 2 powerful martial artists compete on the same stage. For a time, the entire Kylin Square was crowded with people, and the Supreme Realm martial artists who competed on the arena gradually changed from fighting for private competition to spontaneously going on stage to compete without any grudges. Some of them came to compete with other Supreme Realm warriors, because this secret realm was about to open. Kylin City gathered powerful warriors from all over the Tanhuazu. There were Supreme Realm warriors of all means. Fighting in person was a rare experience for many warlike Supreme Realm warriors. Others enjoyed the feeling of fighting under the attention of the public. This category was mainly composed of young geniuses from major forces. For the hegemonic forces like the 8 major forces in Kylin City, the strongest among their young disciples often had strength above the Supreme Realm and were called geniuses of the Son of the Holy Sun. This meant that those who got the title of Son of the Holy Sun would definitely become a saint in the future, and enjoy the same level of resource tilt as the saints in their respective forces. Not long after the ring on the Kylin Square was built, the Council of Elders noticed the change in the wind direction, and asked the sons of each family to take the initiative to turn the ring competition into an activity of competition. When Chu Yun and the Zhu brothers and sisters arrived at Kylin Square, a huge crowd of people had already gathered outside the huge arena. To say that it was the focus of everyone's attention would be a bit too conservative. Master, who do you think will win this competition? It's hard to say. One is Chu Yun, the saint of Lingxiao sect, and the other is Gyuan Dao, the saint of Duanshan Kuang Dao sect. Both of them have cultivated to the Supreme Realm at a young age and have enjoyed the training of all the resources of their own forces. It is still unknown who will win or lose. Who will win? I think Gyuan Dao's swordsmanship is extremely sharp. When he attacked, Chi Yuan had to dodge. He should have the upper hand. It's just a momentary show of speed. Chi Yuan's advantage is his body skills. Naturally, he has to deal with Gyuan Dao's attack in this way. When Gyuan Dao's attack gradually subsides, it will be the time for Chi Yuan to counterattack, but I'm afraid it's impossible to tell who will win in the end. Why can't I tell? Both of them are top talents who have been fully trained by the Overlord-level forces. Their strengths are not much different. The fighting in the ring is mainly for sparring. Unless they fight to the death, it is not so easy to determine the winner. They should both stop after a few rounds. Then Master, can you win if you go up? They are both just entering the Supreme Realm, but you have been practicing in this realm for many years. They should not be your opponents, right? Ahem. What are you talking about? Master is so old. How can he possibly go up and bully these 2 little kids? Just watch and stop shattering. Don't. A pair of master and apprentice were talking in front, and Chu Yun couldn't help but smile after hearing it. The Zhu family brothers and sisters, after squeezing to the side of Chu Yun, were also watching the fighting in the ring with their eyes wide open. Seeing the 2 young Supreme Realm Masters controlling the situation in the ring, their every move was full of power that could shake the sky and split the earth. They couldn't help but look solemn. So strong. Zhu Zin took a deep breath, his face full of difficulty, and said, "These 2 saints are much younger than me, but their strength is far beyond my own. I am no match for any of them." Although he is also a warrior of the Supreme Realm, He is much older than the two on the stage, already in his 30s. Even if they are at the same realm, a supreme realm warrior like him who was trained by a small family cannot be compared with the saints of the overlord-level forces. Chu Yun watched the competition on the stage while looking at Chu Yun's profile, and couldn't help but whispered, "My benefactor, who do you think is stronger between the two?" "It's about the same." Chu Yun smiled, his eyes always on Chi Wuen's right hand, and said, "And in this competition, Chi Wuen's chance of winning should be greater." "Why?" Chu Yun didn't understand the tricks in this, and asked curiously. "Because he really wants to win," Chu Yun said, and then he saw that the competition on the ring had reached a very critical point. Yuan Nidao's long sword cut out dozens of giant sword chi, sealing all the space in front, and Chi Wuen's figure passed through the gaps in the sword chi, almost sticking to the edge of those sword chi, and leaped forward. What? Yuan Nidao's face changed slightly. He originally planned to stop fighting after this set of fighting, but who would have thought that Chi Wuan would actually adopt such a thrilling response method, sticking to his dozens of sword chi and going upstream. You know, this test of body skills is not just as simple as being strict. If you are a little careless, Chi Wuan will be seriously injured by the sword chi. But Chi Wuan succeeded. He followed those dozens of sword chi and came to Yuan Nidao in a flash. Even though Yuan Nidao was retreating, he still stayed close to Yuan Nidao. His long accumulated right palm suddenly burst out, pouring out overwhelming power. Boom! Yuan Nidao raised his longsword and tried his best to block it, but at this time when the old power had gone and the new power had not yet been born, facing Chi Wuan's powerful attack, he was ultimately unable to block it. The palm force hit the blade of Yuan Nidao, pressed his blade, slapped Yuan Nidao's chest, and pressed down hard. Thump thump thump. Yuan Nidao retreated several steps, his blood surging, his face flushed, and he swallowed a mouthful of blood. When he raised his head again, his eyes were full of unwillingness. The outcome was determined. He lost. There was silence for a long time below the ring, and then a burst of shouts broke out. Many people stood up with flushed faces, their faces full of excitement. Even in a safe place, watching the people on the ring fighting, people still couldn't help but put themselves into that dangerous battle, and when the side they supported won, the excitement, joy and satisfaction were all extremely strong. Not to mention, when Chi Wuan attacked just now, it was a Jedi counterattack. That wave of steps that passed through dozens of sword chi was exquisite, ingenious, and even more thrilling. If there was any mistake, Chi Wuan would be chopped off his hands and feet and ended up seriously injured, but he passed through it and defeated the enemy with one blow. Brother Chi, it's great. On the ringside, dozens of disciples of Ling Xiao sect stood up and cheered loudly for Chi Wuan. Among them, there were also many beautiful women who amazed the world. No matter they were senior sisters or junior sisters, they all looked at Chi Wuan with admiration and joy, and their pretty faces flushed with excitement. On the other side, Yuan Nidao, who was repelled by Chi Wuan's bomb, tried to fight again several times, but the dark power left in his body by Chi Wuan could not be resolved. In the end, he sighed bitterly, turned around and walked off the ring. The ring competition is like this. The winner enjoys the cheers of the crowd, flowers and pursuits come like a tide, and the loser can only leave lonely. On the ring, Chi Wuan stood in place, with a faint smile on the corner of his lips, watching Yuan Nidao's back as he walked off the stage, but he did not move and still stood on the ring. Does he want to fight again? He defeated the saint son of the Broken Sky Mad Blade sect. He also used many trump cards. He is obviously at a disadvantage in the current battle. Could it be that he did not use his full strength just now and has other trump cards? I don't know which saint son of the dominant force will come on stage to challenge. Chi Wuan is so confident, he must have something to rely on. I'm really curious. The crowd below was talking a lot, and on the balconies around the square, in those top-level boxes, there were also 7 young men and women who looked at the competition on the ring through the windows. The 7 people present, like Chi Wuan, were the saint sons and saint daughters of the 8 major forces in Kylin City. Seeing Chi Wuan winning a round and still standing on the ring, everyone couldn't help laughing. This guy still likes to show off. When he defeated Yuan Nidao, He was lucky. The next battle, if the opponent can figure out his way, it will be interesting, a young man in a blue shirt said lightly, playing with an exquisite jade cup in his hand. When he gently shook it, the jade cup flowed with fine wine with spiritual energy. Those country bumpkins from outside have no rules in this Kylin city. It's not bad to let Chu Yun kill their spirit. When he wins another game, the reputation of my Kylin city will be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. At that time, we will change people to fight again. We must not let those guys from outside win the next game. Another handsome young man in black clothes spoke in a deep voice. His temperament was tough and strong, and he was intimidating without anger. People couldn't help but treat him with caution at first sight. Hey, Lanjing, look, your old lover is going to make a move. At this time, a pretty woman in red looked at the blue-shirted young man who spoke first, and pursed her lips towards the ring. It was seen that not long after Chu Yun defeated Gyuan Yidao, a woman in white holding a sword slowly stepped towards the ring. Ling Omai from the Holy Snow Sect. The black-clothed young man Zhu Tanyuan frowned, looking a little unhappy, and said, "The warriors of their Holy Snow Sect are good at frost techniques and can freeze the surroundings. They have a natural restraint against warriors like Chu Yun who are good at speed and body movements. I'm afraid Chu Yun can't beat him in this fight." The woman in red laughed and said, "It's okay, let Lanjing talk to Ling Omai, and she won't fight Chu Yun." Lin Zioxiao, stop fanning the flames here. Lanjing's face sank and said, "Don't stop arguing." At this time, another purple-dressed woman frowned and said, "Ling Omai was beaten to the first place, someone else is on the stage." As soon as the voice fell, everyone was startled, and they were very surprised. They didn't know which daring guy dared to be ahead of Ling Omai. Didn't he know that the women of their Shangsu sect were the most vindictive and petty? However, they saw that the person who was ahead of Ling Omai and walked onto the stage was a face that everyone was very unfamiliar with, and only looked to be in his early 20s. "Who is that person? Have you seen him? He looks too young, and I can't tell his specific cultivation. Which force is this newcomer from?" The same discussion and questions also appeared in the entire Kylin Square. Not only did the saints and saints of the major forces have not seen the figure in white, but the crowd watching the battle below were also very unfamiliar with this person. Only the Zhu family brothers and sisters looked nervously at Chu Yun who walked onto the stage, and their hearts couldn't help but beat. Just now, they were stunned and saw Chu Yun walk straight up. "Brother, is my benefactor okay?" Zhu Yuan looked nervous. "He should be fine." Zhu Zhen swallowed his saliva and comforted his sister. "My benefactor is so powerful that he can kill ordinary supreme warriors in seconds. He must have reached the level of Saint Sun. Although I can't defeat Chu Yun, my benefactor should be able to do it." "But, just what?" Zhu Yuan was anxious and said, "Brother, don't say half of the story." Zhu Zhen smiled bitterly and looked to the side, looking at the woman in white below the stage, and said, It's not very wise for my benefactor to choose to go on stage at this time." The woman in white is Ling Omai, the saint of the Holy Snow Sect. The people of the Holy Snow Sect practice the art of being heartless and heartless. Their personalities are often very cold and vengeful. My benefactor rushed to the stage before Ling Omai, and I'm afraid he will be hated later. Zhu Yuan was stunned and said, "What should we do?" "I don't know. Let's wait and see." Zhu Zhen sighed softly. On the other side, on the stage, Chu Yun looked at Chu Yun who was walking onto the stage, and raised his eyebrows slightly. He was very surprised by this sudden appearance of his opponent. This was because he had never seen Chu Yun before and did not know his details. At the same time, it was also because Chu Yun dared to get ahead of Ling Omai. "You know, that woman is not easy to mess with." Sure enough, when Chu Yun came onto the stage, the woman in white who was walking towards the stage immediately frowned. "Where did this unreasonable person come from? Don't you even understand the principle of first come first served?" Ling Omai stared at Chu Yun on the stage and said coldly, "Get down." Chapter 415, One word to stop the snowstorm. With Ling Omai's cry, the atmosphere around the ring seemed to drop several degrees, and people felt a chill coming from behind. Although the Holy Snow Sect is also a famous sect, it has never claimed to be righteous. On the contrary, all the warriors in her sect are cold and difficult to get along with. which has offended many people and forces. However, there is a reason why this sect can stand up to this day, and this reason is that the Holy Snow sect is really strong. Although this is a sect with more than 80% of female disciples, no one dares to underestimate it in Tanhao province. At this moment, Ling Omai stood under the ring, staring at Chu Yun with cold eyes. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving the stage, her eyes narrowed into a slit, revealing a dangerous aura. "Sorry, I can't go down for the time being." Chu Yun smiled faintly and said, "In addition, I came here not for a martial arts competition, but to persuade everyone to turn hostility into friendship." After the voice fell, the atmosphere around was a bit strange, and many people looked at Chu Yun as if they were looking at a clown. Ling Omai was stunned for a moment. Then she sneered and said, "Persuading us to make peace? What position do you stand on to say this to us? Do you have the qualifications?" As she said that, she stood up and went on stage, glanced at Chu Yun on the opposite side, and said, "Get out of the way, wait for me to knock this clown off the stage, and then we can talk about other things." After the voice fell, Chu Yun shrugged his shoulders and did not object. In their view, Chu Yun was just a freak who was sensationalizing. Getting rid of him earlier would also allow the subsequent competition to proceed smoothly. So Chu Yun stepped aside and watched with interest, wondering how Ling Omai, a woman with a bad temper, would teach this ignorant boy a lesson later. "You still have a chance now, get out of here immediately, and I won't kill you," Ling Omai said coldly. One hand was already on the scabbard at her waist, and the air around her suddenly reached the freezing point, bringing a bone-chilling cold current. Alas! Chu Yun sighed softly, and Ling Omai on the opposite side had already grasped the hilt of the sword and was ready to draw the sword. But, at this moment, Chu Yun's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Ling Omai in an instant. What? Ling Omai's face changed, and the action of drawing the sword was stopped, because Chu Yun's finger just touched the end of her hilt at this moment. It seemed that he didn't use much strength, but in fact it was like a mountain pressing down, causing Ling Omai to use her whole arm to exert force. But she couldn't pull out the long sword, and around the ring, everyone's eyes were just blurred, and the next moment they saw Chu Yun disappear from the spot, with a finger pressing on Ling Omai's hilt. The appearance of this scene surprised everyone. Many sharp-eyed people immediately exclaimed, "The law of space!" The man in white actually comprehended the law of space. The speed of the body movement is so fast that in the eyes of ordinary people, it is not much different from teleportation. However, in the eyes of the masters of the Supreme Realm, no matter how fast the body movement is, they can still capture the trajectory. Even if they can't keep up with the speed of the saint, they can still see the trajectory. But Chu Yun's move made it impossible for them to capture it. He disappeared and appeared in an instant. There was no other possibility except teleportation. Ling Omai also realized this in her heart. Her heart was pounding, but her long-term combat experience made her react subconsciously. She turned her waist and kicked Chu Yun in the chest with a back kick, intending to force him back. Bang! The kick came over, and Chu Yun raised his forearm to block it in front of him. When Ling Omai's calf kicked Chu Yun's arm, Chu Yun's figure did not move at all. But Ling Omai flew backwards with the violent recoil force, pulling away from Chu Yun. "You dared to get ahead of me. You really have some skills. You have comprehended the supreme realm of the law of space, which is rare even in Jiaozu. You are a very worthy opponent." Ling Omai took a deep breath and changed her attitude towards Chu Yun. Then she changed the subject and said, "But it's not that easy to defeat me." After that, Ling Omai suddenly raised her hands, and the power of heaven and earth around her burst out, freezing 3 feet in an instant, and the entire arena was shrouded in a terrible blizzard. Ling Omai's figure flew up and floated in the air. As her mind moved, the surrounding blizzard immediately roared towards Chu Yun. The terrible freezing point and low temperature made the air condense. Any life touched by the frost would immediately turn into permafrost. This woman, what a terrible method! At the edge of the ring, Chu Yun saw this scene. His pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes were full of deep color. He was a warrior who was good at body movement and speed, and he was most afraid of this kind of large-scale attack method. If this move was directed at him, he would not be able to dodge it at all, and as long as he was trapped in this blizzard, he would be slowed down and eventually die. It can be said that Lin Omai's move was Chu Yun's nemesis. But if he had comprehended the law of space, he should be able to teleport out directly, right? But I don't know how long the interval is between his teleportation technique. If he can only use it once every period of time, then he was courting death by showing off his skills in front of Lin Omai just now. Chu Yun stared at Chu Yun's figure, as if he wanted to see how huge the gap was between the extreme speed and the real teleportation. But, to his disappointment, Chu Yun stood in place and did not use the teleportation technique. Facing the howling, all-encompassing blizzard, Chu Yun stood still, not moving, but slowly stretched out a hand, with his palm facing the blizzard, and whispered a word, "Stop." As soon as the voice fell, the violent blizzard seemed to be frozen, and stopped 3 feet in front of Chu Yun. The blizzard could have frozen everything in the world, but it stopped in front of the white-clothed figure. Lin Omai looked at this scene, and her eyes widened immediately, and she was shocked again. She could clearly feel that it was not that her blizzard was stopped by Chu Yun, but that the time in that area slowed down, became very slow, and slowed to the point of being almost still. She took a deep breath, looked at Chu Yun, and the astonishment in her eyes had condensed into substance, and said, "This is the law of time. You are not in the supreme realm. You are a warrior who has completed the 9-turn nirvana and promoted to the destiny realm." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar all around, and the whole audience was shocked. Chapter 416 Xuan Yuan, Heavenly Fate Realm? How is this possible? There has never been a Heavenly Fate Realm in this world. But he just used the law of space, and this word to stop the snow and wind is very similar to the law of time. If he had not comprehended the 9 laws and advanced to the Heavenly Fate Realm, how could he have such a method? Exclamations arose everywhere, and the entire Kylin Square was shocked. Not only those strangers who saw Chu Yun for the first time, but even the Zhu brothers and sisters were extremely shocked. They had only thought that Chu Yun was a particularly powerful genius in the Supreme Realm who had comprehended the law of space, and was likely the son of a powerful force. But now, Chu Yun, in addition to the law of space, has also demonstrated the terrifying ability of the law of time. As we all know, it is impossible for a person to master more than 2 laws of power, unless he is an extremely special body of the 9 transformations of nirvana, and a warrior in the nirvana realm cannot fight back and forth with a warrior in the supreme realm. So the reasonable speculation is that Chu Yun has completed the 9 transformations of nirvana and promoted to the Heavenly Fate Realm, unprecedented Heavenly Fate Realm. At this moment, the snow and wind stopped in front of Chu Yun. He stopped the snow and wind with a gentle word, and then waved his hand. The snow and wind started from the inside, and was completely disintegrated at the level of water element. In an instant, the ice and snow on the ring disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a warm current like a spring breeze. Law of water. After seeing this scene, Lin Omai took a deep breath again, looked at Chu Yun in shock, and said, "You are indeed a warrior of the destiny realm." Chu Yun heard this and smiled faintly. He did not attack Lin Omai again, but looked around and said to many of them, "Whether I am or not, let's not talk about it for now, but there is one thing I have discovered. If I can't show enough strength, no one will be willing to listen to me." At this point, Chu Yun paused, and a smile slowly rose at the corner of his lips. He said, "In this case, please come up and try it together. Whoever wants to fight with me can come together." Arrogant. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many people around the ring sank. What Chu Yun meant by this was extremely arrogant, that is, "I am standing here, whoever wants to come and fight with me can come, and it doesn't matter if they come together." Lin Omai, who was standing opposite Chu Yun, could not help but tighten her cheeks when she heard this. After a few brief exchanges with Chu Yun, she had already felt a terrible pressure she had never felt before. This kind of pressure had never been felt in previous battles with anyone. Even when facing a saint, she only realized that the other party's domain was something she could not break, and other than that, it was just a large and enhanced version of the Supreme Realm. But Chu Yun gave her a completely different feeling. It was a kind of all-round crushing, The other party did not have an unbreakable saint domain, but it itself was like a domain. When Chu Yun used the law of time to stop the snowstorm, Ling Omai knew that she could not defeat the man in front of her, and when Chu Yun disintegrated her Tan Shuang Bing Daiju, Ling Omai realized that the other party had entered a powerful level that she could not understand. After Chu Yun finished speaking, there was a lot of discussion around, and the saints of those major forces felt humiliated and felt like they were about to be aroused. As Ling Omai looked at those people, she couldn't help but think with despair in her heart that perhaps, even if all these people came together, they would not be Chu Yun's opponents at all. The Supreme Being and the fate of heaven are not on the same level at all. Brother, I can't stand listening to what you said. At this time, a low shout came from a building outside the square, followed by a young man in a blue shirt, who flew over, with the momentum of a raging dragon, and descended on the ring. No question. Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged, and he stood calmly on the ring. The three major families in Kailan City, the Lan family, Lan Jing, the blue-shirted young man spoke in a deep voice, bowed to Chu Yun, and said, "Brother, your ability to stop the wind and snow with one word is indeed extraordinary, but if you underestimate the heroes of this world because of this, it would be too arrogant. I am not talented, and I would like to ask you for advice." After the voice fell, Chu Yun had not yet spoken, but Ling Omai, who was standing next to the blue-shirted young man, turned his head and said with a snort, "You don't know how high the sky is, you are not his opponent." "Stop talking nonsense." Lan Jing didn't look at Ling Omai, but his eyes were still fixed on Chu Yun opposite. "Then please." Chu Yun nodded and made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Lan Jing could take action. The next moment, the blue-shirted young man's body was seen shaking, and blue scales appeared on the surface of his skin, and a pair of sharp horns grew on his head. When he breathed in a deep voice, the sound he made was like a dragon's roar. Among the three major families in Kailan City, the Lan family is the most special one, because none of its family members are pure human race, but dragon blood. The so-called dragon blood is the half-dragon and half-human born from the combination of the dragon race and the human race. There are many such alien beings on the Jiazu continent, such as half-fox people, half-wolf people, half-bear people, etc. Their status is very low and they are often not taken seriously by the orthodox human race. But the dragon blood is different. Although its racial characteristics are no different from those of half-fox people and half-wolf people, but they are too strong. The dragon race itself is the strongest race in the world, ranked among the divine beasts. Every true dragon blood is in the supreme realm when they grow up, and if they have better talents, they want to be promoted to the holy realm. It is easy and stable. According to the laws of heaven and earth, the stronger the creature, the more difficult it is to give birth to offspring, and the same is true for the dragon race. The true dragon blood is difficult to pass on, but as long as it is passed on, it will definitely be extraordinary. The ancestor of the Lan family married a dragon girl of the saint realm, and then gave birth to a true dragon bloodline. Although it was mixed with a human race, which weakened the power of the dragon blood, it was also easier to continue the bloodline. Today, the proportion of dragon blood in the Lan family's direct bloodline is not high, but every disciple of the Lan family has a dragon blood gene that makes him have a talent comparable to the 10 spiritual bodies of Jiazu, and this Lan gene is the best among the disciples of this generation of Lan family, and his dragon blood talent is also the strongest among the disciples of the Lan family in the past 300 years. Half-dragon? It's really rare. Chu Yun sighed, and then saw Lan Jing, who had already turned into a half-dragon, suddenly rushed towards Chu Yun at an incredible speed. In the state of half-dragonization, Lan Jing's combat power, in the physical close combat level, can be said to be invincible. Any Supreme Realm warrior who is within 3 steps of it will almost certainly die. At this moment, Chu Yun stood still, without any defense against the fast-approaching Lan Jing, nor did he intend to retreat and distance himself. He just stood there calmly. When Lan Jing came in front of Chu Yun, the corners of Chu Yun's lips slowly raised a little arc, and then a hot breath emerged from Chu Yun's body. Roar! In an instant, the dragon roared. The boiling dragon flames flowed around Chu Yun like magma, and the domineering dragon power swept the entire arena. All the spectators and the entire Kylin Square could clearly feel the terrible pressure. Lan Jing, who was charging forward, suddenly stopped his steps because of the pressure from the depths of his blood and soul, which forced him to stop. It was a natural fear and awe of the lower to the upper. Facing Chu Yun surrounded by dragon flames at this moment, he couldn't even think of attacking or resisting. Soon, Chu Yun, who was standing opposite Lan Jing, was seen slowly stretching his body amidst the dragon flames surrounding him. Dragon scales also appeared on his body surface, and his body swelled up, gradually becoming half a percent taller than Lan Jing in his half-dragon state, and his aura showed absolute suppression. You are also of dragon blood? Lan Jing said in a trembling voice. He took a deep breath, then stabilized his voice and said, "No, you are not a half-dragon. A half-dragon can never possess such a strong dragon power. Even the first generation can apostrophe. You are not a real dragon?" Chu Yun heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face, walked forward, patted Lan Jing on the shoulder, and said, "That's just my martial soul." After that, the dragon energy in his body suddenly burst out, and the rolling dragon flames around his body flowed with a golden luster. A domineering golden red sky dragon emerged from the phantom around Chu Yun, soaring above Kylin City, with a pair of indifferent dragon eyes, looking indifferently at the countless people below. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked again. Martial soul, of course, the warriors of Jiazu also have it, but they don't take it seriously, because the awakening of martial souls is often not too high, unless one is gifted and awakens a martial soul of earth grade or above. Otherwise, it will basically be useless in the battle after the Fate Wheel realm. Therefore, the major forces in Jiazu pay more attention to the physical talents of warriors, and focus on the spiritual body training based on the 10 spiritual bodies, which can make warriors go further. At this moment, the appearance of Chu Yun's heavenly martial soul Blazing Sun Dragon surprised everyone. It turned out that the martial soul that was almost forgotten by everyone could have such power. Lan Jing was silent, looking at Chu Yun's Blazing Sun Dragon and unable to speak. His body and heart still couldn't stop the fear from the depths of his blood. At the same time, a huge question popped out of his mind, and also popped out of the minds of everyone present. That is, who is this mysterious boy in front of him? He has mastered the most profound laws of space and time. There is no doubt that he is a warrior who has completed the 9-turn nirvana and promoted to the Fate realm. At the same time, he possessed a martial spirit comparable to that of a real dragon. Just the exposure of his aura made Lan Jing, who had half-dragon blood, lose the will to fight. There must be a reason behind all of this, but everyone present didn't know his details at all, and everything was confusing. "I said that I came here only to persuade you to turn hostility into friendship." At this time, Chu Yun spoke. He looked around and his eyes fell on Ling Aomai, saying, "Just now, this girl asked me what position I was standing on to say this. Now, I can tell you, I stand on the position of the entire human race." After the voice fell, there was silence all around, and many people looked at each other with strange eyes. How can one person represent the human race? Even if you are an unprecedented destiny realm, even if you have many strange things, you are not qualified at all. Now, let me introduce myself to everyone. Chu Yun looked around and said calmly, "My surname is Xuan Yuan. My given name is Churan. I am the ancient emperor of mankind, and I am a descendant of the Xuan Yuan clan." Chapter 417 The Only Destiny. Xuan Yuan Churan, the ancient emperor. The bloodline of the Xuan Yuan clan. As soon as these words came out, it was like dropping a huge rock on the calm water. In an instant, the whole audience was in an uproar, as if a restless volcano had erupted. In Jiazu, even those who knew nothing about ancient mythology should at least know what human emperor Xuan Yuan is. In the legend, the human emperor Xuan Yuan clan was the great leader of the human race who led the human race out of the ignorant age and became the master of Jiazu. However, the reason why the legend is a legend is that it is too long and cannot be verified. Moreover, at the end of the legend, No one ever mentioned where the human emperor went and whether he had any descendants. The entire history of Jiaozu is blank in this place. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, of course, there were many swindlers who claimed to be the bloodline of the human emperor to fool the people, but they were quickly purged and did not cause much waves. At this moment, Chu Yun said that he was the blood of the ancient emperor Xuanyuan. The reason why it caused such a sensation was because many people thought that this might be true. Because this Xuanyuan Yun is a fucking monster. He has achieved the 9 nirvanas, mastered the 9 laws, and was promoted to the realm of destiny. He also possesses the true dragon martial spirit. The saints and saints of the major overlord level forces have no power to fight back in front of him. If it is not the emperor, who else can do it? Or, no matter what Chu Yun's identity is, only when he can do these things, others will recognize his identity as the emperor. Otherwise, even if the real Xuanyuan bloodline is born, if his strength cannot even beat the heir of a hegemonic force, then even if he is real, others will think he is fake. You said you are the blood of the emperor. Do you have any proof? Lan Jing took a deep breath and asked in a trembling voice. The destiny is the proof. Chu Yun smiled faintly and said, the Xuanyuan clan inherited the bloodline of the ancient emperor. Every generation of heirs is in the realm of destiny. Unless the previous generation's destiny becomes a saint, there will be no second destiny in this world. I am the current destiny of the Xuanyuan clan and the only destiny in Jiaozu. After the voice fell, there was an uproar again. Many people couldn't help breathing heavily, realizing that they might have heard some great and shocking secret. The amount of information in Chu Yun's words was too much. The Xuanyuan clan, starting from the ancient emperor Xuanyuan, every generation was in the realm of destiny. Moreover, there can only be one destiny in the same world. Unless this destiny is promoted to a saint, there will be no second destiny in the world. If what Chu Yun said is true, then there is a final answer to why the 9-turn nirvana body in Jiaozu has been a dead end all along. Could it be that for hundreds of thousands of years in Jiaozu, there has never been a body of 9-turn nirvana who has been promoted to the destiny? Because the only destiny in this world has always been in the inheritance of the Xuanyuan clan? Ling Yimei opened her eyes wide, looked at Chu Yun with a slightly stagnant breath, and asked in a daze. Yes. Chu Yun nodded and said, now that my father has been promoted to a saint and gave up the only destiny in the world, I have the honor to take over the mantle of the Xuanyuan clan that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience was noisy, as if a pot had exploded. Everyone knew that the body of 9-turn nirvana was a dead end that could not be walked, but now it was known that it was not that the 9-turn nirvana was impossible, but that someone had already walked this road and blocked all the later comers. For hundreds of thousands of years, my Xuanyuan clan has abided by the orders of our ancestor, the Emperor of Humanity, and guarded the 9 provinces outside the world barrier to protect the peace of the human race for more than 800,000 years. But now, the demons from outside the domain have invaded massively, and the human race in the 9 provinces is in danger and in danger of overthrow at any time. This is exactly why my Xuanyuan clan is born now. Chu Yun took a deep breath, facing the people around him who are like mountains and seas, and said, the demons are powerful, and there are many god-level strongmen among them. They cannot be stopped by ordinary saints. Once the world barrier is broken by them, the people of the 9 provinces will be destroyed. Now, they are about to succeed. A few days ago, a world rift appeared outside the Tanhao state. The demons discovered it and wanted to attack it in a big way. Fortunately, my father and the strong men in the clan rushed to attack and filled the world rift. However, such a thing will not happen only once. Any weak action in the 9 provinces may cause a flaw in the world barrier. Once such a flaw is caught, the consequences will be unimaginable. In just a few days, our Xuanyuan clan has fought many battles with the demons outside the world barrier, and has suffered heavy casualties. If this continues for a long time, Jiaozu will surely fall. These words made the noisy voices around them fall into a dead silence in an instant. The whole place could hear a pin drop, and countless people couldn't help but hold their breath nervously. Those who were still doubting Chu Yun in their hearts just now couldn't help but remain silent at this moment. because no matter how much they believed that Chu Yun's strength was only worthy of the blood of the human emperor, they still had a huge question, that is, why did the Xuanyuan clan, which had been hidden for hundreds of thousands of years, come out again? And now, this question has an answer, and it is an extremely profound answer that makes people unable to doubt it, because the demons from outside the domain have invaded. The human emperor Xuanyuan is the ancestor of the human race, and the Xuanyuan clan is the guardian of the human race in Jiaozu. On ordinary days, the Xuanyuan clan silently protects the human race, but now something has happened. The foreign demons have invaded in large numbers, and the Xuanyuan clan has naturally appeared in front of the human race. This is very reasonable, very reasonable. Chu Yun's words made everyone present extremely nervous. They originally thought that as long as they didn't go out, they would be fine if they hid in the world barrier, but who knew that outside the world barrier, the Xuanyuan clan had already fought hard with the foreign demons. Moreover, according to Chu Yun, even if the Xuanyuan clan is powerful, they can't stop the invasion of the demons. After all, there are powerful demons in the demon clan that surpass the demons. Their strength is not something that ordinary saints can stop. Ordinary saints refer to ordinary saints in Jiaozu, and extraordinary saints should be those saints in the Xuanyuan clan who have completed the 9-turn nirvana body, right? The power of the demon god is too strong for a saint to resist. Then, can the saint in the Xuanyuan clan who has completed the 9-turn nirvana stop him? Chu Yun clenched his fists and asked in a low voice. Yes. Chu Yun nodded, but then he sighed slowly, saying, but, there are too many demon gods, and there are too few strong people in my clan. We are few and cannot defeat the many. After the voice fell, everyone became nervous again, and asked in a loud voice, what should we do? Seeing the panic of the crowd, a smile slowly emerged in the depths of Chu Yun's eyes, and then he said seriously, of course there is a way, and it is within Jiaozu. At the beginning, when the ancestor of the human emperor passed away, he cast the Jiaozu Ding. This object uses the Jiaozu heaven and earth as the core. When the 9 Jiaozu Dings are combined into one, the space of Jiaozu can be completely closed, and the teleportation array between states will not be activated. However, the world barrier will no longer have flaws. In this way, the demons outside the domain will no longer be able to invade the Jiaozu world and threaten the safety of the human race. The plan is exhausted, the dagger is revealed! At this moment, in this Kailan city, the reason why Chu Yun wanted to pretend to be the human emperor Xuanyuan was for the Jiaozu Ding. In order to remove the Yuan Dao sealing heaven method, Chu Yun must obtain a Jiaozu Ding, enter the human emperor secret realm, and obtain the ancient human emperor's artifact Xuanyuan sword. However, the Jiaozu Ding has been lost for 10,000 years, and there are only 9 in the entire Jiaozu. It will take Chu Yun a long time to find it alone. So, Chu Yun decided to tell a big lie at this time when the wind and clouds in Kailan City are gathering and all forces are gathering. Isn't it the invasion of the demons now? No one in the Jiaozu human race is no longer worried about this, so Chu Yun can just take advantage of people's anxiety and let all human beings help him find the Jiaozu Ding. When the 9 Jiaozu Dings are reunited, the human race can completely seal off Jiaozu and no longer have to worry about the threat of the demons. With this setting, all human beings in the entire Jiaozu will have to look for the Jiaozu Ding like crazy, and then hand over the Jiaozu Ding they have found to Chu Yun, the Xuanyuan descendant, Xuanyuan Chiuran. Of course, Chu Yun doesn't need 9 Jiaozu Dings at all. He only needs one of them to enter the human emperor's secret realm and seek the human emperor's artifact Xuanyuan sword. Chu Yun didn't believe that after this news spread, with the power of the human race in the world, wouldn't they be able to find any of the 9 Jiaozu Ding? If this thing is a very tempting treasure, maybe someone will embezzle it, but you have to know that in the past 870,000 years in Jiaozu, all those who have obtained the Jiaozu Ding and entered the human emperor's secret realm have died. If such a deadly thing can be used to save Jiaozu, no one would be unwilling. As for how to make up for the lie afterwards, it's so funny. There's no need to make up for it. He took the Jiaozu Ding and ran away. Chapter 418. Audition. After Chu Yun finished speaking, The people present were shocked, and they felt that what Chu Yun said made sense. The key to saving Jiaozu lies in the Jiaozu Ding. When the Jiaozu Ding is combined into one, it can completely seal the space of Jiaozu, preventing the invasion of the demons from outside the domain. There is a price to pay for doing this, that is, the teleportation arrays between Jiaozu and between states will no longer be usable. It is precisely because of this price that the people present feel more credible. After all, if you don't have to pay any price, you can improve the stability of Jiaozu's world barrier for no reason. Then why didn't the Xuan Yuan clan do it before? It seems normal to have a price. Compared with the peace of the entire Jiaozu human race, the inability to communicate between states seems not so important at all. Anyone with a normal mind can make a choice. Junior brother Chu, you are really a born liar. In the spatial imprint, the voice of senior sister Liu Ruoxi came with emotion, saying, "If we didn't know your details, I'm afraid we would have been deceived by you." Chu Yun maintained a faint smile on his face, and asked in a voice transmission, "How did senior sister Liu know that I was really not from the Xuan Yuan clan?" After the voice fell, Liu Ruoxi was stunned, and then began to doubt herself. Yes, Chu Yun can say such a thing in an orderly manner. Can't he really be the descendant of the Xuan Yuan clan? This is the only person in Jiaozu who has completed the destiny promotion in more than 800,000 years, and has done so many incredible things. When the junior sister brought Chu Yun to the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, she only met him halfway and didn't really know where Chu Yun came from. Can a small world like the spiritual world really breed such a genius? Moreover, Chu Yun casually accepted a pair of master and apprentice, who are rare 10 spiritual bodies, both brothers and sisters. Are they really from the Xuan Yuan clan? Is the spiritual world just a disguise of the Xuan Yuan clan? After Chu Yun asked this question, Liu Ruoxi felt more and more that Chu Yun might actually be the descendant of the Xuan Yuan clan, because everything seemed too reasonable. "Senior sister, this guy is teasing you." Luo Qingcheng's voice sounded helplessly, saying, "Before he met us, he didn't know what the Xuan Yuan sword was, nor what the human emperor secret realm was. These were all made up on the spot, and there was not a single true word." Liu Ruoxi just remembered this and was speechless for a moment. Chu Yun smiled secretly and transmitted his voice, "Senior sister, please don't blame me, but the core point of deceiving people is that you must believe in the things you use to deceive others, so that others can believe it." Humphrey, don't get too deep into the play, and really think of yourself as the blood of the human emperor. These are the top forces in Tanhuazu. Once the lie is exposed, you will be in trouble. Luo Qingcheng snorted, but in fact, she was secretly worried about Chu Yun. "Don't worry. It won't leak." Chu Yun was confident. At this moment, several figures came from the direction of Tanfu, lined up in a row. Each of them was a saint-level existence. They were the leaders of the 8 major forces in Kylin City, and they were also elders of the Tanfu Council. Kylin Square is not far from Tanfu, so as early as when Lin Omai was defeated by Chu Yun on stage, the elders in the Tanfu Council had already noticed what was happening here. At first, they just wanted to know where the genius came from, who could compete with the saint of the Holy Snow sect, but who would have thought that they would hear such explosive news later. At this moment, the 8 elders came together to give the greatest respect to Chu Yun, the bloodline of the ancient Emperor Xuan Yuan. No matter whether they still have doubts about Chu Yun's identity in their hearts, as long as there is a possibility that Chu Yun's identity is true, they must treat him with the highest standards of courtesy. The elders of Tanfu in Kylin City, Wang Kengyang, the head of the Wang family; Lan Hai, the head of the Lan family; Qin Shanlin, the head of the Qin family; Qi Tanren, the elder of Ling Xiao sect; Lin Fan, the leader of Xinghai sect; Zhu Yun, the second elder of Jidao sect; Fan Qianru, the elder of Beiwa sect; and Song Zia, the president of Xukong Chamber of Commerce. "Greet Mr. Xuan Yuan." The 8 elders came to the bottom of the arena and bowed to Chu Yun. Although they were the absolute top leaders of the overlord-level forces and the powerful saints who were famous in Tanhuazu, they still treated Chu Yun, a young man in his 20s, as an equal, without any arrogance. "Hello, elders." Chu Yun returned the greeting. His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, without any change. What Mr. Xuanyuan said is too important for Kylin City, Tanhuazu, and even the entire Jiazu. At this moment, we still have many questions in our hearts. I wonder if Mr. Xuanyuan can answer them? Wang Kenyang, the head of the Wang family, bowed to Chu Yun and asked politely, "Of course it is possible." Chu Yun nodded, and said in his heart, "Here it comes. If you want to deceive the people of the world, the first step is to deceive the 8 elders of the council in Tanfu. Only when the leaders of the 8 overlord-level forces believe his lies, can the people of the world take it as true and search for Jiazu Ding for Chu Yun wholeheartedly. This level is the most difficult, but also the one that must be passed. Then, please ask Mr. Xuanyuan to move to Tanfu, and let's go in and talk in detail." Chi Tanren, the elder of Lingxiao sect, laughed and made a gesture of invitation to Chu Yun. Chu Yun had no reason to refuse, and stepped down from the ring. At this time, there was some commotion in the crowd around. No one was not paying attention to the affairs of the Xuanyuan clan at this moment, but if Chu Yun followed the 8 elders and went to Tanfu to discuss in detail, people from the outside world would naturally not hear it. Therefore, in order to obtain first-hand information, many forces had to be a little rash even on the territory of the 8 major forces in Kylin City. "If young Master Xuanyuan doesn't mind, can we go in and listen?" A middle-aged man with a long sword on his waist, a strong aura, and a powerful presence showed a kind smile on his face. He stood up and bowed to Chu Yun and asked. Next to him stood Guan Yidao, the saint of Duanshan Kuangdao sect, who had just been defeated by Lingxiao sect's Saint Chu Yun, so his identity was obvious. "Dao Tan Dao, what do you want here?" "Young Master Xuanyuan came to my Kylin City and is a guest of my Kylin City." "We are treating guests, so why do you come to listen?" Qin Shanlin, the head of the Qin family, frowned slightly. Judging from his expression, there seemed to be some grudges between the Qin family and Duanshan Kuangdao sect. "What young Master Xuanyuan said is related to everyone in Jiazu. Why can't I listen?" Dao Tan Dao asked indifferently. At the same time, other overlord-level forces outside the Xuanhao Mountains also showed up one after another, including the Broken Sky Mad Blade sect and the Holy Snow sect, a total of 5. Although the number is not as large as the 8 major forces in Kylin City, it is also a considerable force. "Everyone." Chu Yun cleared his throat and interrupted the argument between the two sides, saying, "Now is the time when the human race in Jiazu is in danger. We must not be in chaos. Since Sect Master Zhao and the 4 Sect Masters want to discuss together, why don't you sit down and talk together? There is strength in numbers, right?" As soon as these words came out, the 8 elders of Tanfu in Kylin City could no longer refute. After all, although they are the masters of this place, what to discuss and how to discuss it is really up to Chu Yun himself. "Then come together, everyone, please." Wang Kenyang, the head of the Wang family, paused for a moment, and then made a gesture of invitation to the heads of the 5 overlord-level forces together, reluctantly in his heart. In the face of such an important matter, the sooner the more information is known, the more beneficial it will be for them. Unless necessary, the 8 major forces are not willing to share with other forces, but since it is Chu Yun's request, they can only agree. Afterwards, Chu Yun followed the 8 elders and went through the crowd on the square with the leaders of the 5 major overlord-level forces from outside to Tanfu. In Kylin Square, countless eyes were staring at Chu Yun eagerly. They also wanted to go in and talk in detail, but they were not even qualified to speak. Even if they were saints, if they came from ordinary forces and did not have a hegemonic strength to support them, they would not have the slightest say in the face of top giants like the 8 elders of Tanfu. Not long after, everyone came to the Tanfu Council and sat in the meeting room. Not long ago, we were here, listening to a report from a Tanfu personnel who was monitoring the formation. He said that among the crowd entering the city, a human triggered the Kylin Eye formation. The second Kylin Eye that detected cultivation level failed to detect the cultivation level information of the person entering the city. At first we thought that it was a human possessed by a demon, but now we know that it should be young Master Xuanyuan, right? Haha. As soon as he sat down, Song Ziya, the president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, asked in a joking tone. "I'm ashamed to say that it's me." Chu Yun smiled and said, "The Kylan eyes can only detect the cultivation level it has seen, and my Xuanyuan clan's destiny realm has been away from the world for hundreds of thousands of years. It's normal that we have never seen this Kylan. However, among the Kylan clan, there are quite a few who have dealt with my Xuanyuan clan." "Oh?" Songzia raised his eyebrows and said, "Mr. Xuanyuan, is this the reason why you came to the Xuanhao Mountains?" "I guess so." Chu Yun nodded and said, "The reason why I came to Kylan City on behalf of the Xuanyuan clan is that the news will spread faster due to the gathering of events here, and it is related to the ruins in the Xuanhao Mountains that are about to open. In ancient times, the mount of the ancestor human emperor was a Kylan, and this ruins in the Xuanhao Mountains were left by this Kylan." After the words fell, all the leaders of the overlord-level forces present looked at each other in bewilderment, sensing the huge amount of information in these words. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Reason. Chu Yun felt the gazes from all around him, smiled slightly and said, "I did come here for this secret realm, to take something from it, and other than that, the treasures in this secret realm can be used that will buy you and everyone in Kylan City. Not only that, I can also provide you with some help." "Oh?" Songzia, the president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "What kind of help?" "Map, a map of the secret realm." Chu Yun smiled faintly and said, "When this secret realm was constructed, the masters of my Xuanyuan clan also participated in it. Therefore, a detailed map of this secret realm has always been kept in my clan, which includes mechanisms, traps, and the location of treasures, with annotations." As soon as the words fell, everyone present couldn't help but feel moved. If the map Chu Yun mentioned was true, then it would be very important. When exploring a relic, the greatest danger, apart from competitors, is the traps in the relic itself. The relic in the Xuanhao Mountains is of extremely high quality, and even saints cannot easily open the outer protective formation, and can only consume it slowly. It is foreseeable that the traps in this secret realm must be extremely dangerous, and even saints may die in it. Chu Yun said that he has a detailed map of the secret realm, including the location of treasures and traps. So whoever gets this map will get the treasures in the entire secret realm without any effort. At the same time, if Chu Yun's map is real, then it means that Chu Yun's identity must be real. After all, this is an ancient relic buried in the Xuanhao Mountains for countless tens of thousands of years. Its value is already inestimable, except for its builder. If others have a map of the secret realm and can take away the treasures inside safely, how could they keep it until today? Bring me some paper and pen. I can draw the map for you all. Chu Yun cleared his throat and said. As soon as the words fell, everyone was shocked at the same time. They obviously didn't expect Chu Yun to be so generous. They were still coveting the map of this secret realm in their hearts, but Chu Yun actually made it public. Go. Wang Kengyang, the head of the Wang family, immediately ordered a Tanfu staff member. Upon hearing this, the Tanfu staff member immediately rushed out of the door at the fastest speed, got paper and pen outside, and then rushed back and delivered it to Chu Yun. Chu Yun smiled faintly, and then began to draw on this large piece of paper. With his extraordinary memory, he drew all the outer areas on the real map without any deviation. After drawing, everyone looked at the complex map. They saw that it was in a ring shape as a whole, and every detail of the outer circle was vivid. It marked many ways to crack and avoid traps, as well as the locations of many treasures, which basically corresponded to those dangerous traps. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that this map only has the outer area, and the central area within the ring is missing. Master Xuanyuan, here, Ling Xiao's great elder Qi Tenren said hesitantly. There is also a map inside. Chu Yun spoke calmly. You can display the map of the outer area for everyone to see. I took out this thing just to prove my identity and whether what I said is true. As for the map of the inner area, I will also take out the map of the inner area, but not now. The leader of the Shangsu sect was a beautiful middle-aged woman with a pretty face. Her expression was always tense and she never smiled. At this moment, she glanced at Chu Yun and said, "Young Master Xuan Yuan wants to use this as a reward for the Jiaozu Ding?" "Yes." Chu Yun nodded and said, "The first person who brings the Jiaozu Ding to me, no matter who he is, can get the map of the inner area as a reward. After that, everyone who takes out the Jiaozu Ding will also get another reward from my Xuan Yuan family." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh that the Xuan Yuan family, as a clan that inherited the legacy of the human emperor and had been in seclusion for more than 800,000 years, was indeed extremely wealthy. He actually casually took out a secret map that even saints would be tempted by, and offered it as a reward for the Jiaozu Ding. And it seems that the 9 Jiaozu Dings are meant to give out 9 extremely generous rewards. Mr. Xuan Yuan is too polite. Collecting the Jiaozu Ding and saving the Jiaozu people is what everyone in the world must do. Even if you don't give out these rewards, the Jiaozu people should go all out to search for the Jiaozu Ding. Dao Tan Dao, the leader of the Broken Sky Mad Blade sect, laughed, but did not ask Chu Yun to take back his order. From his appearance, it seems that he has made up his mind and is determined to get the map in the ruins. That's true, but the sooner we collect the Jiaozu Ding, the better, isn't it? Chu Yun smiled faintly. He looked around at the heads of the overlord-level forces present, and knew in his heart that if the Jiaozu Ding of Tanhuazu has appeared in the world, it is very likely in the hands of these overlord-level forces, but it has been kept secret. For treasures like this handed down from ancient times, even if they know that the human emperor's secret realm is extremely dangerous and will lead to death, many people will still collect them and try to uncover other secrets in it. This is not surprising. Many people will do this. If there is no necessary reason, they will not be willing to take it out. But now, Chu Yun threw a major bait, which not only proved his identity, but also made those who knew the news more active in searching for the Jiaozu Ding, a secret realm that can make saints excited. As long as all the maps inside it are obtained, it means that all the treasures in it can be taken away. This temptation is much stronger than the illusory Jiaozu Ding and the human emperor secret realm, which have only killed countless people in history. As long as the ruins are opened, everyone follows the external map left by Chu Yun and finds that what Chu Yun said is true. Then the Jiaozu people's search for the Jiaozu Ding will definitely enter a frenzy. Go, follow what Master Xuan Yuan said, make several copies of this map, post them in various places in the city, and record what Master Xuan Yuan said on them. Song Ziya, the president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, took a deep look at the map, handed it to a Tanfu staff member, and gave an order. Yes, the man nodded quickly, took the map and went out to do business. When the leaders of the other overlord-level forces saw the Tanfu staff leave, although there was a strong sense of reluctance in their eyes, they would not say anything in the end. Although they were not willing to take out this priceless map and share it with everyone outside, since this was Master Xuan Yuan's request, they had no choice but to do it. After all, in the final analysis, this map was taken out by Chu Yun, and he could show it to anyone he wanted. If he said that he would show it to everyone, he would spread it throughout the city. In fact, at this point, the leaders of many overlord-level forces present at the scene have already firmly believed that the Xuan Yuan is the bloodline of the human emperor and the contemporary descendant of the Xuan Yuan clan. As long as the ruins in the Xuanhao mountains are opened and everyone can see whether the structure inside is the same as the map that Chu Yun took out, everyone can completely confirm Chu Yun's identity. But I don't know, is there anyone accompanying Mr. Xuan Yuan? When the young master entered the city just now, it seemed that 3 people came together. Are the other 2 also members of the Xuan Yuan clan? Qin Shanlin, the head of the Qin family, asked in a casual tone. Sure enough, did you find out? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. In fact, when he decided to come to cheat, he had already made up his mind to reduce contact with the Zhu brothers and sisters to avoid implicating them when the truth came out. But who would have thought that he did not take the initiative to mention it? But Qin Shanlin, the head of the Qin family, found out the relationship between them through the city gate and the Kailan Ice formation. However, even so, Chu Yun had nothing to hide. He smiled lightly and said, "The Qin family master is really powerful. Even though I did some covering up when I entered the city, you still found out what happened to me at that time." After the words fell, Song Zia, the president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, seemed to be afraid that Chu Yun would mind it. He smiled and said, "It's not that I have any supernatural powers. I was just responsible for investigating. After all, now is a tense period. We are afraid that there will be spies from the demon clan who will sneak in and recreate the incident of the Yuan Dao Lingtian sect in Chuiyunzu. If there is any offense, please forgive me, Mr. Xuan Yuan. No problem." Chu Yun's face was calm, but he felt a little strange in his heart. When he heard the name of the Yuan Dao Lingtian sect from the mouth of the elder of the parliament, his mood was indeed very different. In the spatial imprint beside his ear, all the senior brothers and sisters were eating melons well, but they didn't expect that they would eat their own family all of a sudden. They were a little speechless for a while. Chu Yun paused and said, "The two people who came into the city with me are not from the Xuan Yuan clan, but a pair of siblings I rescued on the way into the city. I am the only one from the Xuan Yuan clan who came out this time." As soon as he finished speaking, the leaders of the overlord-level forces raised their eyebrows. Wang Kungyang asked with a smile, "Then I wonder when we will have the honor to meet other masters from the Xuan Yuan clan?" "It's hard to say." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "Although not all the masters of our clan are fighting with the demons outside the domain, the clansmen who stayed in Jiazhou are still unwilling to contact the outside world. Many of them hope to solve the problem secretly, abide by their ancestors' teachings, and not expose the existence of the Xuan Yuan clan to the world. Now, they have been secretly searching for the whereabouts of the Jiazhou Ding all over Jiazhou, and my appearance this time is also something that many people don't want to see." After saying this, the implicit information in it made the leaders of the overlord-level forces present couldn't help but narrow their eyes and think secretly in their hearts. This explained a big question in their hearts, that is, no matter how strong Chu Yun is, he is just a young man and has not yet been promoted to the Saint Realm. For such an important event, Chu Yun, as the successor of the Xuan Yuan clan, came here. His identity is definitely enough. After all, he is the only destiny in the world, and his cards are full, but his cultivation, to be honest, is slightly insufficient. In such a Kylin city where saints are rampant, Chu Yun doesn't even have a saint of the Xuan Yuan clan with him, which seems very thin. And now, Chu Yun gave the reason behind this. It turns out that many people in the Xuan Yuan clan, even most of them, do not want to come out. Although they also want to reunite with Jiazhou Ding, they have to do it secretly by investigating secretly, and Chu Yun, the contemporary successor of the human emperor, as a young man, seems not to want to endure this kind of obscurity and loneliness, so he came out alone and chose to announce it to the world. This is a completely reasonable statement, and everyone is very willing to believe the truth behind it. After all, young people can't stand loneliness, especially when his own strength is already the best in the world, and the saints of the major overlord-level forces are not his opponents at all. It is really unrealistic for him to endure obscurity. And now, what everyone has to consider is how to coexist with the Xuan Yuan clan after this. Because of Chu Yun's birth, the existence of the Xuan Yuan clan has become widely known. In the future, even if the Xuan Yuan clan wants to hide from the world, it is estimated that it will be difficult to do so. It has become inevitable to come out, and according to what Chu Yun said, there are many saints in the Xuan Yuan clan who are comparable to demon gods. They have all completed the cultivation of the nine-turn nirvana body and promoted to saints. Then, this force can be said to be fundamentally the best in the 9 states, and no force can compete with it. In other words, if the Xuan Yuan clan is willing, it can completely become the co-lord of the 9 states, just like when the human emperor Xuan Yuan led the human race to dominate the 9 states and became the ancestor of all human races. Once that scene appears, the existing overlord-level forces will have to rethink how to get along with such a reborn human leader. They looked at Chu Yun, and they seemed to have an answer in their hearts. It's not that this young master is unwilling to abide by the ancestral precepts, but in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Although my clan has a special way to find the Jiaozu Ding, as long as there is enough time, the Jiaozu Ding can be gathered together, but the time required is too much. Just as I said before, facing the threat of the demon clan, the sooner the Jiaozu Ding is reunited, the better. What do you think? Chu Yun looked around. His eyes swept across the faces of the leaders of the Overlord-level forces one by one, as if he was a young man who had made a rebellious act and went to the outside world to seek recognition. After violating the wishes of the elders in the clan, young Master Xuan Yuan is right. That's exactly the truth. There is strength in numbers. Zhao Tandao immediately agreed and laughed. The others all looked at Zhao Tandao with contempt, secretly cursing him for being shameless. The leader of a dominant force was actually like a dog. Then, they all immediately echoed what Chu Yun said, thinking secretly in their hearts. Chu Yun's performance at this moment was exactly the same as what they guessed. Although Chu Yun failed to get the support of the Xuan Yuan clan, he was the only destiny of this generation. After all, regardless of whether the elders in the clan would support him, he would be able to become a presence that swept across Tanhuazu when he was promoted to the Saint Realm in the future. In addition, Chu Yun was such a swaggering young man who liked to show off. When he was promoted to the Saint Realm in the future, he would definitely recreate the glory of his ancestor, the human emperor, and be respected as the common leader of the human race. At this time, even if everyone was unwilling to have someone riding on their heads in the future, they had to consider how to build a good relationship with the current Chu Yun. After all, it is better to send charcoal in the snow than to add icing on the cake. Today, Chu Yun, who does not get the support of the clan, can't do many things just by shouting outside with his identity. Helping him now is what Chu Yun will remember most. Whether it is helping him personally or helping Chu Yun gather the 9 provinces tripod, as long as they do it, it will definitely be of great use in the future. If they want to help Chu Yun get closer when he stands up and can accomplish everything by himself, then it will be useless. Chapter 420 Guidance. After this conversation, after Chu Yun denied the pedantry and stubbornness of his elders, everyone present expressed their agreement without reservation. The atmosphere was heated up all of a sudden, and everyone was talking happily at the table, especially Zhao Tandao, the leader of the Duanshan Kuangdao sect, who was very familiar with Chu Yun. What a shameless old man. His grandson is obviously much older than Xuan Yuan Qiuren, but he still has the nerve to call him brother Xuan Yuan. Face is a good thing, but it's a pity that some people don't want it. Qin Shanlin looked at Zhao Tandao with contempt, thinking in his heart, and when Chu Yun talked about his Qin family, Qin Shanlin said with a smile, "Brother Xuan Yuan, you asked the right person. Let me tell you about this." For a while, both the host and the guest were happy. After this small talk, Lan Hai, the head of the Lan family, pondered for a moment, and then asked with a smile, "Brother Xuan Yuan was born in the great family of the Emperor of the human race, and has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. His vision must be far better than ours. I have some problems and confusions in my cultivation. I wonder if you can ask me for some advice?" When these words came out, everyone present was a little surprised. They thought that no matter how hungry you were, you would not ask a young man in his 20s for advice from the height of a saint, right? But soon, everyone knew that Lan Hai must want to see what height this descendant of the Xuan Yuan family stood at in his understanding of martial arts. He said that he wanted Chu Yun to give some advice, but in fact, he still wanted to test Chu Yun's ideas. But he said it very implicitly. Of course, if Chu Yun is genuine and is the heir of a great power that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, then on many issues, perhaps Chu Yun can really provide many different ideas, and perhaps it can also help them. In this world, it is not the case that one law can be mastered in all laws, at least not all of them. Even if a person has reached the level of a saint, he can only be considered to be proficient in one field. For the knowledge in other fields, even if he understands it, the depth of understanding will definitely not be too high. For example, a warrior who has comprehended the law of gold and promoted to the saint realm, then his understanding of the law of gold must be extremely profound. But for the other 8 laws, it can be said that he has only a superficial understanding, perhaps not as good as the Supreme Realm or even the Fate Realm in that field, which is very possible. Chu Yun, who was born in the Xuanyuan clan, is a person in the Destiny Realm who has completed the 9-turn Nirvana body. Logically speaking, the cultivation within their Xuanyuan clan should be the 9 laws in parallel. At least each law, each path, should be mastered at least to the level of a saint. Perhaps because of the 9 uses of one mind, it is not as deep as the saint who specializes in one field, but at least there should be a saint-level understanding, so that it can be considered real. Therefore, after Lan Hai finished speaking, the other leaders of the Overlord-level forces also smiled and said, "Master Lan has set a good example, it's just right that we can sit together and discuss the Tao. This opportunity is rare. Well, since you have invited me so kindly, let's have a chat. However, I am young after all and don't know much. If there is anything wrong, please correct me." Chu Yun smiled calmly, showing his grace, but in fact he was sending a message to the 13 brothers and sisters in the space mark, asking them to be careful in dealing with the questions of the leaders of the Overlord-level forces. In this discussion, Chu Yun's biggest role was to be a mouthpiece. No matter what Lan Hai and others wanted to ask, he would immediately tell the answers of the 13 brothers and sisters. Chu Yun's understanding of martial arts was of course not low, but it was far behind these saints. If he were to answer by himself, he would definitely disappoint people before he could finish his words. "Brother Xuanyuan, I once had an idea about the transformation of wind energy and the evolution of its form. In the realm of saints, wind energy usually exists in the form of hurricanes or small wind blades. The pressure of the hurricane is so strong that those who enter my realm can withstand high pressure. The number of wind blades is large and the attacks are intensive, which is suitable for point-to-point high damage destruction. If the hurricane and wind blades are merged together to form a hurricane composed of small wind blades, is it feasible?" Lingxiao's great elder Chi Tanren asked with a smile. "According to the elders in my clan, this approach is feasible, but the final effect is not very good." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "The hurricane's high pressure and strong rotation efficiency are inseparable from its own wind wall form. Although the wind wall composed of a large number of wind blades can also cause the effect of a hurricane, if it cannot be airtight, then when it rotates, the efficiency is not enough, and it cannot achieve the high pressure of a hurricane. At the same time, as a single individual, the wind blade is easy to control when it is 1 or 2. But once a large number of wind blades are formed to create a hurricane, the mental power required to control each wind blade individually is already very terrifying, so it is usually not recommended to do so, unless the form of the wind blade is changed to make it more effective. But in this way, the wind blade's own flight speed slows down, and it loses its single-point burst of high destructive power. In summary, it is not as good as a single hurricane form or wind blade form. After a series of answers, Chi Tanren, the great elder of Lingxiao sect, couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly, saying yes. The question he asked was actually quite simple, because he was afraid that he would stump Chu Yun right away, and the situation would become very awkward. What he didn't expect was that Chu Yun's answer was not only very comprehensive, but also that it seemed that the saint who taught him these things had also done a lot of experiments himself. Among them, changing the form of the wind blade was already a very novel attempt. Chi Tanren himself had tried it at the beginning and came to the same conclusion. Then, he used this as a starting point to discuss many deeper issues with Chu Yun, and Chu Yun answered them one by one with a calm face. Gradually, Chi Tanren had a feeling of mutual appreciation for Chu Yun, and felt that it was enough to have a confidant in his life. The other party was also a person with very showy ideas and liked to study blindly. But little did he know, Chu Yun was just a mouthpiece. The person who really had an electric wave connection with Chi Tanren was actually the leader of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, Zhong Wanhua. Among the 13 senior brothers and sisters, except for the laws of time and space, the remaining 7 laws were all covered by the senior brothers and sisters. The leaders of these overlord-level forces wanted to test Chu Yun's understanding of each item to see if he had the vision of a saint. The answer was yes. Moreover, some of them had more than one. Chapter 421 Knowing People's Fate. After this in-depth conversation, The leaders of the Overlord-level forces in the Danfu Council were deeply shocked by the bloodline heir of the ancient emperor, because, after communicating with Chu Yun, each of them actually had a lot of insights. At first, they talked about the cultivation of saints of various attributes, and later, they talked about various topics, such as the universe, nature, heaven, philosophy, and so on. No matter what they talked about, Chu Yun could deal with it well, and often even provide them with a new perspective. Is this the bloodline of the ancient emperor? Is this the heir of the Xuanyuan family? This is simply not a human. This is a monster. Wang Kenyang, the head of the Wang family, was shocked and sighed in his heart. When talking to Chu Yun, he felt that he was not talking to a person, because he could not imagine how a person could have such profound knowledge, such profound thoughts, and know everything in all aspects and fields. Perhaps, Chu Yun's answer did not achieve a full score of 100 in a certain field, but in every field, he could achieve at least 95. This is simply too terrible. Everyone even felt that they were not talking to one person, but communicating with many saints. If Chu Yun knew their thoughts, he could only tell them, "You guessed it right." In the entire exchange just now, he really only acted as a mouthpiece, using the answers of the 13 saints of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect to respond to the questions of the leaders of the Overlord-level forces. In the end, when this exchange ended and the leaders of the Overlord-level forces left, they all felt extremely complicated. As the top forces in Danhuazu, they stood at the top of the entire continent, but it was the first time they felt such a huge gap, a gap like clouds in mud. In the past, if they heard someone claiming to be the blood of the human emperor and from the Xuanyuan clan, they might question what kind of ability the other party had to be worthy of the reputation of the human emperor. But now, they felt that Chu Yun's performance was much stronger than the blood of the human emperor they imagined, and they actually felt that even the human emperor should not be so strong. Mr. Xuanyuan, we will spread the news about the 9 provinces cauldron throughout the Danhuo province and spread it to the other 8 provinces at the fastest speed. I believe that by mobilizing the power of the entire Jiazu human race, we will soon be able to reunite the 9 provinces. During this period, you will wait for news in the Stanfu. How about it? Song Zia, the president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, said to Chu Yun with a smile after seeing off the heads of the other Overlord-level forces. The guest follows the host's wishes. Chu Yun smiled faintly and agreed. Afterwards, Song Zia personally took Chu Yun to a luxurious courtyard in Danfu to rest. In the past, this was a place used to receive other Overlord-level forces that were close to Kailan City. Now that Chu Yun is here, only the standard is worthy of it. Finally, it's over. After entering the courtyard, Chu Yun used his own destiny observation technique to detect the entire courtyard inside and outside, and did not find any means of outside prying and special arrangements. After nodding, the whole person relaxed. Luo Qingcheng's voice rang in his ears, saying, "You are so bold that you dare to tell such a lie, and in front of the leaders of those Overlord-level forces. If you are found out." The corners of Chu Yun's lips slowly raised a little, and he said, "But everything is going smoothly, isn't it? Now they have believed in my identity. Next, we just have to wait for the ruins to open and let them realize that the map I gave them is correct. The outside world will definitely go all out to search for the Jiazu Ding, even if it's just for the reward of my internal map." Is that map really left by the ancient human emperor's mount, the Kailan? Senior sister Li Ruoxi asked curiously. "I don't know." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "But anyway, it is a relic left by a Kailan, which is enough. Anyway, as long as I get the first Jiazu Ding, I will leave. After getting the Jiazu Ding, you should wait for a while before entering. There are still several decades before the 100-year closure. You can use this time to improve your own strength. At least after you are promoted to the Saint Realm, you will be more confident to enter the human emperor secret realm." Sect Master Zhong Wanhua said softly. Chu Yun heard this, but smiled bitterly and said, "Now that things have come to this, I will not hide it from you brothers and sisters. In fact, there is no so-called saint realm in the cultivation of the destiny realm." What? As soon as the voice fell, the voices of the brothers and sisters in the space imprint were all very surprised. "This is true." Chu Yun nodded, exhaled slowly, and said, "The cultivation of the destiny realm is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is to know human destiny, and the second stage is to know destiny. When these 2 stages are completed, the destiny realm will be promoted to the divine realm, and there is no transition to the supreme realm or the saint realm in between." The brothers and sisters were a little surprised when they heard this. They didn't expect that there was such a mystery hidden in it, because they had never had a real destiny realm before Chu Yun, so they didn't know. Not much, the old figure in the underground palace of the true spirit realm, but after completing the destiny realm, he was promoted to a saint. Luo Qingcheng remembered something and said, "His situation is different from mine." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "He is not in the true destiny realm." After replacing the 9th law with cosmic magic energy, his own cultivation system has actually gone astray. It's a bit like an ordinary nirvana realm who cultivated cosmic magic energy, and then was promoted to an ordinary fate wheel realm, and then to the supreme and saint realm. He does not have the ability of a true destiny realm and can only be regarded as a human demon who takes an unconventional approach. Then what should I do? If you can't be promoted to the saint realm, our cultivation experience will be useless to you. You must figure out a way to know human destiny and then destiny by yourself. Senior brother Ningiki was very conflicted and asked, "How about it? Do you have any ideas now?" "No." Chu Yun shook his head honestly and said, "Now, martial arts cultivation has no effect on me. My realm is no longer advanced by martial arts cultivation. It seems that something more special is needed, just like the name of that realm. One must first know human destiny and then destiny." After getting the Jiaozu Ding, I decided to go to the Human Emperor secret realm to take a look, because I had a mysterious feeling that only from the Human Emperor could I get the answer to knowing a person's fate. Chapter 422, Skyfire Cauldron. The news that Xuan Yuan Yuan, the heir of the ancient Human Emperor bloodline and the Xuan Yuan clan, had come to Kailan City spread to several large areas around at the fastest speed in a very short time, and quickly spread to the entire Tanhuazu. While people were surprised that the Human Emperor clan actually existed, they couldn't help but feel extremely shocked by the news brought by Xuan Yuan Yuan. Ever since the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect in Shuai Yunzu sealed itself off due to the invasion of the Demon Clan, the entire Jiaozu has been full of cognition and anxiety about the threat of the Demon Clan. At this time, Xuan Yuan Yuan appeared. He brought the bad news that Jiaozu had major defects and could be seized by the Demon Clan at any time to come to the world, and also provided a solution. Jiaozu Ding, this object, which has been passed down since ancient times and has a great mysterious color, has once again become the most eye-catching thing in the world because of Xuan Yuan Yuan's appearance and speech. Gathering together in the Jiaozu Ding can completely seal the space of Jiaozu, so that there is no flaw in the world barrier, and the whole world is as solid as a rock, leaving the threat of the Demon Clan behind forever. This seems to be an ultimate solution, although it is tantamount to cutting off one's own limbs. If it succeeds, the 9 provinces will lose connectivity with each other and become 9 independent worlds. But the human race is weak, while the demon race is powerful. In order to survive, everyone knows what choice to make. For a time, people all over the world were looking for the 9 provinces Ding. In Tanhuazu, because of the opening of the Kailan secret realm in the Xuanhao Mountains, the craze for finding the 9 provinces Ding has once again reached a very high peak. Because, after the secret realm was opened, the people in Kailan City entered it, but found that everything in the secret realm was exactly the same as the map that Chu Yun had made public, except for a few damaged areas. All the existing areas in the secret realm are on the map of the external area drawn by Chu Yun. The organs and treasures in it, except for those that have become invalid due to age, the rest are all right, without any mistakes. Countless people took the map and entered the Kailan secret realm. They avoided many traps and dangers safely and got the treasures in the outer area. The whole process was easy, just like going back to your own home to get something, without any pressure. Some people came a step late, and after arriving at the outer area, they found that the treasures in the area had been taken away by those who came earlier, so they fought with those who came earlier to compete for the treasures, and finally both sides were injured. Some people, after walking through the outer area, thought they had understood the mechanism settings in the ruins and could draw inferences from one example, so they tried to move towards the inner area, but they never came back. But, no matter what kind of person they are, when they enter the Kylan secret realm, they have to admit that the map of the outer area of the Kylan secret realm provided by Chu Yun is completely correct. In Chu Yun's hand, there is also a complete map of the inner area, which has more treasures and endless opportunities. As long as you get the map, you can take those treasures safely without spending any energy. Such temptation is difficult for many people to resist. Even the people in the major overlord level forces were extremely jealous of this, because after they walked through the outer area, they found that the number and quality of the treasures in the Kylan secret realm were unexpectedly high, and the rewards of the holy level were almost everywhere. And this is just the outer area. What about the inner area? Just by thinking with your toes, everyone can imagine how huge the value of the inner area map is. So, 10 days after the Kylan secret realm was opened, a strange atmosphere appeared in the entire secret realm. That is, after all the outer areas have been explored, the inner area is there, but no one wants to go in. The danger itself is a big reason, but the more important reason is that everyone knows that in the hands of Xuanyu and Shiren, there is a way to take away all the treasures safely. It would be a bit too stupid to go to the trouble of treasure hunting at this time. Therefore, after most people left the Kylan secret realm, they immediately asked their forces to do their best to search for the whereabouts of Jiazu Ding. Xuanyu and Shiren publicly stated that the first person who presented the Jiazu Ding to him could get a complete map of the entire inner area as a reward. When everyone entered the Kylan secret realm and knew its value, they were naturally very greedy for the reward of the inner area map. Just when everyone had almost given up the idea of exploring the inner area of the Kylan secret realm, there was a person who came to the Kylan secret realm by himself and went straight to the inner area. This person was naturally Xuanyu and Shiren in the eyes of outsiders Chu Yun. In order to deceive the leaders of many overlord-level forces, Chu Yun told them that he came to the Xuanhao Mountains, on the one hand because there were many people here and the news spread quickly, and on the other hand because he had some things he needed in the Kylan secret realm. This was a lie. In fact, there was nothing he needed in the Kylan secret realm. However, sometimes in order to make up a lie, it was still necessary to pretend. So Chu Yun came to the Kylan secret realm. It's worthy of being a secret realm where even saints can't easily break the protective formation. There are so many treasures in this ruins. The brothers and sisters followed the perspective of Chu Yun's mysterious mirror technique and walked all the way in this Kylan secret realm. When they saw those rare treasures, they couldn't help but sigh. Brothers and sisters, if you have any objects you like, you can just ask. Chu Yun smiled slightly and said, I will take them away first. When I get the Xuanyu sword and unseal the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect in the future, I will give these things to you. Everyone was naturally not polite. When they saw something that suited their eyes, they asked Chu Yun to put it away. However, the brothers and sisters were not greedy people. After each of them selected a few pieces, they stopped talking. Chu Yun, however, was not very interested in the remaining treasures. Since entering the realm of destiny, he found that he was in a state of no desire for all external objects. When one's strength reaches a certain level, the only things that can help one are those that are more essential and purer, and these things often require one's own comprehension and perception, and external objects cannot help. Generally speaking, when a warrior cultivates to the saint realm, he will have such a feeling, and Chu Yun also felt it after he was promoted to the heavenly fate realm. This can be seen as a good thing or a bad thing. The good thing is that it proves that Chu Yun's strength has reached a sufficient level, and the bad thing is that when external objects are of no help to oneself, it becomes more difficult to improve one's strength. There are pros and cons. After taking some treasures in the inner area of the Kylan secret realm, Chu Yun left. He did not touch nearly 70% of the remaining things in the ruins, and planned to leave them to the later ones. The first Jiazu Ding was exchanged for the internal map of the Kylan secret realm. This was a fair deal. Although Chu Yun planned to run away after taking the Jiazu Ding, he did not intend to breach the contract, and he would still give the map to the other party. After all, If you want to search for 9 small Jiaozu dings in the entire Jiaozu, the manpower and material resources required are unimaginable. Chu Yun wanted to save time and effort, so he lied to everyone and asked them to help find the Jiaozu ding. After the other party spent a lot of money and finally got the Jiaozu ding, he should certainly give them sufficient rewards as compensation, otherwise Chu Yun's conscience would not go through with it. There must be a bottom line when cheating people. When leaving the Kylin secret realm, in the Xuanhao Mountains, many elders of the Tanfu Council had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Chu Yun coming out, they all looked polite. Brother Xuanyuan is out? I wonder if you have got what you need? If you have any difficulties, you can just speak up. Wang Kengyang, the head of the Wang family, laughed and said to Chu Yun, "You are too polite, Brother Wang." Chu Yun smiled and bowed, saying, "I have got the things. Thank you for waiting here." Since the Kylin secret realm was opened, proving that the map Chu Yun took out was real, no one in the Tanfu Council doubted Chu Yun's identity anymore. They completely regarded him as the inheritor of the Xuanyuan family and protected him like a treasure, fearing that he would have an accident here. Chu Yun wanted to enter the inner area of the Kylin secret realm to search for treasures. Although it was inconvenient for everyone to follow him in, they joined forces to close the entire Kylin secret realm and prohibited anyone except Chu Yun from entering or leaving. The purpose was to deter those with ulterior motives. Brother Xuanyuan, I have a good news that I have to share with you. At this time, Chi Tanren, the great elder of the Lingxiao sect, came to Chu Yun with a smile on his face and blinked at him. What good news? Chu Yun had a guess in his mind. His heartbeat quickened by half a beat, and he asked calmly, "The Jiaozu ding has been found." Chi Tanren's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and the corners of his lips raised a little arc, and he smiled. The Jiaozu ding that represents Tanhuozu has now been found. Really? Chu Yun showed a look of surprise, and the other leaders of the Overlord-level forces frowned as they looked at each other, looking at Chi Tanren with a smug look on his face, and felt a kind of anger that made their teeth itch. In the past few days, almost all the Overlord-level forces in the entire Tanhuozu have been desperately looking for the whereabouts of the Jiaozu ding. Once these forces standing at the top of the Jiaozu continent are fully mobilized, the power they can generate can definitely be called earth-shaking. What people didn't expect was that the first force to find the Jiaozu ding came from the Council of Elders, and was obtained by Chi Tanren, the great elder of Lingxiao sect. Of course it's real. Chi Tanren laughed and said, "Now, the Jiaozu ding has been sent to Kylin City. Brother Xuanyuan, please come and see it. It's genuine." Chu Yun nodded immediately after he finished speaking, while the heads of other Overlord-level forces all had dark faces and expressed their desire to watch together. Seeing this, Chi Tanren laughed and agreed, and then went to Kylin City with everyone else and returned to Tanfu. The saints of Lingxiao sect had been escorting the Jiaozu ding and waiting here for a long time. As soon as Chi Tanren showed up, they immediately stepped forward and handed a square container to the elder. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Chi Tanren laughed and took the black square container. Curious eyes from all around came over. Chi Tanren placed the container on the table, and opened it with a special technique. The top layer of the cube spread out to both sides, revealing the object in the box. It was a small tripod with flame patterns flowing on the surface, exuding an extremely simple and ancient atmosphere. It was obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary thing. "Brother Xuanyuan, please look. This is the Heavenly Fire tripod representing the Heavenly Fire state among the 9 provinces tripods." Chi Tanren made a gesture of invitation to Chu Yun, inviting him to come and see. Chu Yun immediately stepped forward and observed it carefully. His eyes were full of amazement. Although it was the first time he saw the real thing, he still felt that the 9 provinces tripod should look like this. Beside him, the heads of other Overlord-level forces also came forward one after another, looking at the Heavenly Fire tripod on the table with curious eyes. Although they were the heads of Overlord-level forces, they had seen the 9 provinces tripod for the first time in their lives. Because this thing was too rare, there were only 9 in the entire 9 provinces, and they would only appear every 10,000 years. It is indeed the 9 provinces cauldron. At first glance, You can tell that it is definitely not an ordinary thing. You Lingxiao sect are lucky to have found one of them so quickly. Song Ziya, the president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, said sourly, looking at the sky fire cauldron with flowing flame patterns. He wanted to take it for himself, but this was just a reckless thought for a moment. In fact, it was impossible to do so. After all, the sky fire cauldron itself has no value to them. The internal map of the Kylan secret realm that can be exchanged for the sky fire cauldron is the truly valuable thing. This sky fire cauldron was given to Xuan Yuan Qiren by Qi Tanren, the great elder of Lingxiao sect. Even if Xuan Yuan Qiren drew the internal map of the Kylan secret realm, he would only give it to the people of Lingxiao sect. Sure enough, Chu Yun stepped forward, picked up the sky fire cauldron, examined it carefully, nodded repeatedly, and then said, "Brother Qi never lets people down. Okay, I'll accept this sky fire cauldron. I'll draw out the internal map of the Kylan secret realm and hand it to you later. Ha ha ha, then I'll trouble you, Brother Xuan Yuan." Qi Tanren couldn't help laughing, bowed to Chu Yun, and then looked at the others, his eyes full of pride and joy. Chapter 423 Understood. Seeing Chu Yun take the Skyfire Cauldron and leave, the leaders of the Overlord-level forces in the conference hall looked at Qi Tanren with sour eyes. They all knew the value of the map of the inner area of the Kylan secret realm. Now that it was taken by the Lingxiao sect, the rest of them could only watch helplessly, feeling very unhappy. If it were in normal times, the forces would definitely not watch the Lingxiao sect get such a big piece of cake, and would definitely find a way to get a share of it. Whether it was to join forces to coerce or send people to follow, it was impossible to sit back and watch such a big benefit fly away from their eyes. But this reward was issued by the heirs of the Xuan Yuan clan. No one dared to make a move, for fear of attracting the wrath of the Xuan Yuan clan. Don't be too proud. There are still 8 Jiaozu cauldrons. Wang Kenyang, the head of the Wang family, said this sourly, and then got up and left the conference room. At this moment, many Overlord-level forces have already regarded the remaining 8 Jiaozu Ding as an extra reward, and they are determined to get it. After all, this first Danhao Ding has such a generous reward. Even if the following 8 Jiaozu Ding are not as good, they are not too far behind. With the handwriting of the Xuan Yuan clan, the treasures inside are probably beyond their imagination. Everyone has made up their minds to send people to the other 8 states immediately after leaving to search for the whereabouts of the remaining 8 Jiaozu Ding. That night, Qi Tanren went to Chu Yun's courtyard and personally took the map of the Kylan secret realm from Chu Yun's hands. He was overjoyed. After Qi Tanren returned, he immediately gathered a group of masters from the Lingxiao sect and rushed to the Kylan secret realm to sweep away all the treasures in the internal area. After hearing the news, the leaders of other Overlord-level forces felt unwilling to give up. More than one person had an idea, so they thought about finding some breakthroughs from Xuan Yuan Qiren. But when they came to Xuan Yuan Qiren's yard one after another, they were shocked to find that the person had disappeared. In the bedroom, there was a letter left. "I am sorry for deceiving everyone in Kylan City and the people of the world. I am not a descendant of the Xuan Yuan clan, nor am I of the blood of the human emperor. The secrets of the Xuan Yuan clan are all made up by me. The only thing I want is the Jiaozu Ding. This time the Danhao Ding has been obtained, and there is no need to continue the scam. I deeply apologize for the trouble I have caused you. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. As for the matter of the demons invading the world barrier, please rest assured that it is also information I made up. The demons have not found any cracks in the world barrier. Sincerely, Anonymous. Seeing this letter, the leaders of the Overlord-level forces who came here all looked at each other in bewilderment. A group of top powerhouses who stood at the top of the Jiaozu continent and dominated the world for hundreds of years were actually stunned by this letter. At this moment, they had completely believed in Xuan Yuan Qiren's identity. They had no doubts about what Xuan Yuan Qiren said, and they were even more convinced of his origins. This was not an easy thing, after all. The so-called ancient emperor has been a legend that has been passed down for more than 800,000 years. Suddenly, a person came out and said that he was the descendant of the Xuan Yuan clan. It was really very difficult for these top powerhouses to believe it, but when they believed it thoroughly without a trace of doubt, this Xuan Yu and Yuan actually left a letter saying that all this was fake. What are you kidding me about? Why is it so humorous? What do you think? Wang Kenyang, the head of the Wang family, had a gloomy face and looked around, except for the Ling Xiao sect who had obtained the map of the secret realm and led the team to the Kylin secret realm. The rest of the leaders of the Overlord level forces had gathered here. What else can we think? We were all fooled by this kid. Dan Dao, the leader of the Broken Sky Mad Blade sect, gritted his teeth and said very depressed. Unbelievable. Lan Hai, the head of the Land family, shook his head with a very complicated expression. This is outrageous. Damn it. Song Zia, the president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, even directly burst into swear words and cursed with laughter. And more leaders of the Overlord level forces were silent, not knowing how to enlighten their extremely awkward mood at the moment. This may be the first time in their history that they have been fooled by others. They have been deceived by an exaggerated statement. After they all believed it, they took the initiative to say, haha, I actually lied to you, goodbye. How despicable. Everyone felt that their IQ seemed to be deeply humiliated, which made them extremely uncomfortable. But how is this possible? Identity and origin can be faked, but ability cannot be faked. Qin Shanlin, the head of the Qin family, took a deep breath, frowned, and said, he is only in his 20s, and his cultivation can crush the saints of our various forces. He himself has unprecedentedly completed the destiny realm of the nine-turn nirvana body. In addition, his knowledge is comparable to the sum of dozens of saints. What kind of force can cultivate such a person? If he is not the blood of the human emperor, if he is not the descendant of the Xuan Yuan clan, who is it? After these words came out, everyone present was stunned again, and their brows frowned. Qin Shanlin was right. One's origin can be faked, but one's ability cannot be faked. Xuan Yuan's strength is truly strong. He can be called the #1 person under the saint. No saint son of any force or old supreme realm can match him. In addition to the heir of the Xuan Yuan clan and the blood of the human emperor, what other identity can be worthy of such strength? Even if he is not from the Xuan Yuan clan, the force he came from must be an extremely terrifying behemoth, perhaps stronger than the sum of the 8 major forces in our Kylin city. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what kind of place can cultivate such a terrifying young man. Wang Kenyang, the head of the Wang family, said in a low voice. After the voice fell, the heads of the families nodded in silence, expressing their agreement. After a long silence, Qin Shanlin suddenly spoke again. Everyone, is there something wrong with this letter itself? Is it possible that Xuan Yuan's identity is real, but the content of this letter is fake? What? Everyone was surprised when they heard this, and then they thought it was very likely. They were all very smart people, and smart people tend to think too much. After Qin Shanlin started this, they continued to guess. What old Qin said makes a lot of sense. You should all remember it, right? Xuan Yuan said that his idea of coming out into the world did not get the approval of the elders in the clan. The elders in the Xuan Yuan clan all wanted to abide by the ancestral teachings and stay away from the world. Now Xuan Yuan is announcing the existence of the Xuan Yuan clan to the world in Kylin City, which is a violation of the Xuan Yuan clan's training. So, when the elders of the Xuan Yuan clan knew about it, in order to make amends, they came to Kylin City, took Xuan Yuan back without anyone noticing, and left such a letter, denying the existence of the Xuan Yuan clan and the identity of Xuan Yuan. This is the most likely possibility. Song Zia, the president of the Void Chamber of Commerce, spoke excitedly with a gleam in his eyes. He felt that he had discovered the most crucial secret. The rest of the leaders of the Overlord level forces were also shocked when they heard the words, and nodded in agreement. What President Song said makes sense. This explains everything. That Xuan Yuan must have violated the Xuan Yuan clan's training and was taken back by the elders of the clan. Haha, I said it. What Xuan Yuan said was so true. How could it be fabricated? Apart from the bloodline of the human emperor and the heir of the Xuan Yuan clan, What kind of force can cultivate such a person? He is the heir of the Xuanyuan clan. There is no running away. After the words fell, everyone looked at each other. Their expressions relaxed a little, with a kind of relief and complacency of "I am so smart. I actually found the truth from all these tricks." After a while, everyone started to study another problem, which was, what should we do? Wang Kenyang, the head of the Wang family, looked at the letter on the table and said, although the departure of Xuanyuan Chu people was because the elders of the Xuanyuan clan took them away, we cannot use this statement to the outside world, otherwise, it may cause displeasure to the elders of the Xuanyuan clan. After all, they are unwilling to appear in the world. This is indeed a troublesome problem. In my opinion, we should make the contents of this letter public. Outsiders can think whatever they want. It is enough for us to know what is going on. In this way, the elders of the Xuanyuan clan should be relieved. Lan Hai, the head of the Land family, slowly exhaled and nodded in agreement. In this harmonious atmosphere, everyone had their own little calculations in their hearts. That is, now the entire Jiazu, no matter how big or small the forces are searching for the whereabouts of the remaining 8 Jiazu Ding. As long as the content of this letter is revealed, the enthusiasm for finding Jiazu Ding will surely decrease quickly. At that time, they can naturally take action and continue to search for the Jiazu Ding in secret. When they get these Jiazu Ding, the Xuanyuan clan will definitely come to them to complete the unification of the 9 tripods. At that time, they will get all the rewards they deserve. In an instant, everyone looked at each other, and there was a sense of superiority in their eyes that they had mastered some secret, and everyone was drunk and I was the only one sober, which made people intoxicated. Chapter 424 Caillou. Let's talk about 2 things. After leaving the letter explaining the truth, Chu Yun used the shape-shifting jade pendant to change his appearance and left Kailan City. With the Sky Fire Cauldron already in hand, he could enter the Human Emperor secret realm at any time, so there was no reason to stay in Kailan City. The reason why he chose to leave a letter to explain the truth instead of leaving directly was that he didn't want everyone to go to great lengths to find the Jiazu Cauldron, which was actually useless, under his deception. But Chu Yun probably never thought that even if he had explained the truth, many people would still be unwilling to believe it, especially when the people of Lingxiao sect returned from the Kailan secret realm with a great victory and made a lot of money and returned to Kailan City. The leaders of many overlord-level forces became more and more certain of Chu Yun's identity, believing that he must have been kidnapped by the elders of the Xuanyuan clan, and everything he said was true. When Chu Yun later learned about this, he could only sigh helplessly, just be happy. After leaving Tanhuazu, Chu Yun took the intercontinental teleportation array and returned to Shuaiyunzu. After several twists and turns, Chu Yun returned to the Yuandao Mountains and entered the original site of the sect that was sealed by the Yuandao sealing heaven method. In fact, as early as the moment he obtained the Heavenly Fire Cauldron, Chu Yun had already decided to enter the Human Emperor secret realm to find an opportunity to break through, and also to obtain the Human Emperor's weapon, the Xuanyuan sword. However, all the senior brothers and sisters persuaded him. You don't have the power of a saint yet. If you enter the Human Emperor secret realm like this, it can be said that you will die 10 times without a chance of survival. It is really too risky. Zhong Wanhu advised earnestly. But the cultivation of the heavenly fate realm can no longer continue at this point. Chu Yun shook his head. His attitude was still relatively firm, because through the deduction of heaven's fate, he still felt that if he wanted to complete the process of knowing human destiny, he must enter the Human Emperor secret realm. Although we don't know how to help you complete the comprehension of knowing people's fate, there must be a way. Let's go back to the sect first and take a look at the books that Yuan Dao Lingshan sect has accumulated over the past thousands of years. Whether it is martial arts, social sciences, or miscellaneous studies, take a look. Maybe you can find the answer yourself. Senior brother Zhong Wanhu continued to persuade. Chu Yun felt that it made sense. After all, books are the ladder of human progress. Trying it might really work. So Chu Yun came back and plunged into the library of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. Using his martial arts comprehension, he read the books in the sect day by day, one by one. 3 months and 24 days later, Chu Yun came out, because he had read all the books in the library, whether it was martial arts, social sciences, or travel notes. He had read them all and completely disassembled and comprehended them with martial arts comprehension. However, regarding the comprehension process of knowing people's fate, there was still no progress, or in other words, there was no clue at all. It seems that the only answer is hidden in the secret realm of the human emperor. If you want to know the fate of a person, how can you know it without meeting the human emperor? Chu Yun came to King Luan Peak, looking at the 13 figures that sealed the sky in the sky. A smile appeared on his face, and he bowed to them. Alas, Zhong Wanhua sighed deeply. He knew that Chu Yun was determined to leave. Senior Sister Liu Ruoxi was silent for a while, and said, "If not, you should give up. I think it is enough for us to see all over Jiazu with the help of your Xuanguang mirror. If the only peerless genius who has completed the 9 turns of nirvana and ascended to the fate of heaven in Jiazu in the past 870,000 years dies because of us, we will have a guilty conscience." After the voice fell, the senior brothers and sisters agreed. "No way." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "This is the first time in the past 870,000 years that I've reached the destiny realm. This is also the first time in the past 870,000 years that the demons have invaded. In order to keep the demons out of the territory and save the people of Jiazu, my fellow brothers and sisters have sealed the sky here with the bodies of 13 saints. This is also the first time in the past 870,000 years. No matter how strong and good the destiny realm is, it is only a personal achievement. But what my fellow brothers and sisters have done will benefit Jiazu, future generations, and the entire human race. You chose to seal yourselves here to save Jiazu. Even if I die in this human emperor secret realm to save you, it is my due, because you deserve it." After all these words were spoken, the fellow brothers and sisters were moved but couldn't say it. Seeing that Chu Yun had already taken out the sky fire cauldron, Senior Sister Liu Ruoxi was anxious and said, "Junior sister, please say something." "I believe him." Luo Qingcheng's voice was filled with laughter, a smile without regrets, and she said, "I have said long ago that if there is anyone in this world who can complete the 9 transformations of nirvana and ascend to the fate of heaven, that person must be him. Now, what I want to say is that if there is anyone in this world who can break through the human emperor secret realm and obtain the Xuanyuan inheritance, that person must be him." "Ha ha ha, have I ever praised you for having a good vision before?" Chu Yun laughed, holding the sky fire cauldron with both hands, injecting spiritual power into it, taking a deep breath, and looking up at all the senior brothers and sisters and saying, "Everyone, I'm going." As soon as the voice fell, the blazing flames on the sky fire cauldron suddenly shot up into the sky, forming a flaming portal. Behind the portal, a void could be vaguely seen, and it was unknown where it led to. Chu Yun stepped forward and walked into it without hesitation. When he regained consciousness, Chu Yun felt that he was in a cold place. He was confused for a long time, then opened his eyes. The leaky thatched house, the gloomy weather. Through the hole in the thatched house, you can see the strong wind and thunder outside the sky. Chu Yun suddenly sat up and looked around. He felt that this place was both familiar and unfamiliar. His mind was groggy, and many things seemed to be blocked together like a mess of mud. Hiss! He rubbed his temples hard and took a breath of cold air. He felt that he had forgotten something and tried hard to remember it, but as long as he thought about it, his mind would hurt like a knife, and in the end he couldn't remember anything. Who am I? Where is this place? After panting twice, he slowly stood up. He could vaguely remember that he seemed to be here for some trial. What trial was it? It seemed that someone was waiting for him. They were waiting for him to come back. Who were those people? With these thoughts in his mind, he wanted to think more deeply, but as soon as the thoughts came up, he forgot everything, and in the end there was only confusion in his heart. Creak! The wooden door of the thatched hut was pushed open, and a figure rushed in. "Chief, this is bad." The figure was half-dressed, dark-skinned, thin, with only a piece of animal skin wrapped around his waist to cover his lower body. His upper body was covered with various scars, his hair was messy, and you could see some bugs crawling among his hair. When Chu Yun saw the primitive figure, the other party's name naturally emerged in his mind, so he frowned and asked, "Feng Hu, What happened? The Chu people are attacking. Feng Hu gritted his teeth and said angrily. They relied on their strong strength to occupy the upper reaches of the river, leaving us only a small area of water downstream. Now there is a sudden drought, and the water downstream is not enough. They even want to rob and drive our Xuanyuan tribe out of the river. Chu Yun stood up, and anger emerged in his heart, a kind of empathy and anger, like a volcanic eruption. He picked up a bronze sword beside the bed and said, "Fuck him. Do you really think I, Xuanyuan, am a vegetarian? Fight with Chu." After that, Chu Yun took a big step and rushed out of the hut first. Outside this thatched hut, the members of the Xuanyuan tribe were scattered everywhere in panic. "My fellow tribesmen, there is a severe drought, and the situation of our Xuanyuan tribe is already difficult. The people of the Chu tribe are actually trying to drive us out of the Yellow River Basin. They are forcing us to die. We can't let them do what they want. Everyone, pick up your weapons and fight them." Chu Yun shouted loudly. When the voice fell, a ray of light appeared on the gloomy faces of the tribesmen. Many people stood up and shouted, picking up the weapons around them. Whether it was sticks or stones, they were fully equipped. Only to hear the earth-shaking shouts from afar, Chu Yun felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the feeling of confusion came again. The next moment, he appeared on the edge of a rushing river. He led the tribesmen of the Xuanyuan tribe and stood in the lower reaches of the river. In the distance, amid shouts, a black crowd surged like a wave, holding spears and axes, gathering in the upper reaches. "Xuanyuan kid, I told you to get out of here and let me go downstream. Now it seems that you are going to use the blood and flesh of your own tribe to nourish this land." In front of the upstream queue, a 3-meter-tall sturdy giant, holding a huge axe and riding a ferocious beast, appeared in front of the Xuanyuan tribe in a majestic manner. Behind the sturdy giant, there were 81 strong men over 2 meters tall, each with a hideous face and murderous aura. When they stood together, the momentum seemed to freeze the blood. This is the most powerful tribe in the Yellow River Basin, the Chu tribe. The 3-meter-tall giant riding a ferocious iron-eating beast is the patriarch of the Chu tribe, Chu. Behind Chu are his 81 brothers, each of whom is an extremely ferocious warrior, holding a spear or an axe in his hand. On the other hand, some people from the Xuanyuan tribe held stones, some held sticks, and they were all skinny and weak. The difference in combat power was like heaven and earth. Even before they started fighting, the thin people of the Xuanyuan tribe felt great pressure. Some people even had cramps in their calves and began to shake violently. The fear in their hearts was indescribable. Chapter 425. Still, Chu Yun stood at the front of the Xuanyuan tribe, looking at the fierce Chu tribe. Deep in his heart, he also felt a little fear, but more anger. He took a firm step forward and said loudly, "My tribesmen, we have reached a critical moment of life and death. If we don't fight, we will all starve to death. Fight. There is still a glimmer of hope. Everyone, follow me." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yun faced the Chu tribe, actually went against the wind and took the initiative to charge. Behind him, the tribesmen of the Xuanyuan tribe were infected, roared, and rushed up. "Don't overestimate your own ability." Chu sneered disdainfully, raised the giant axe in his hand, and said, "Brothers, crush them." With an order, the 81 brothers behind Chu launched a fierce charge. When dozens of giants ran together, the oppressive feeling brought by them was like a dark cloud pressing down on the border. The two tribes collided at one place, and Chu Yun rushed to the front, waving the bronze sword in his hand, and fought with the enemies of the Chu tribe. The enemy was very strong, with excellent weapons and great power. The 81 warriors were all very skilled. Chu Yun felt great pressure in the battle with them, and often had to fight with a small number of people. The average quality of the people of the Xuanyuan tribe was far inferior to that of the Chu tribe. Not long after the battle, many of the roars turned into miserable howls. "Ha ha ha, Xuanyuan boy, why don't you wait for your neck to be killed quickly?" Chu rode on the back of the ferocious iron-eating beast, carrying a huge axe on his shoulder, and was very leisurely. He did not participate in this battle. He just watched his 81 brothers rush into the enemy group with great momentum, and knew that the victory of this battle belonged to them. Chu Yun's breath was as strong as an ox. So far in the battle, The people of their tribe had suffered heavy casualties, and he himself had many wounds on his body. The enemies of the Chu tribe were not only cruel, but also smart. They never fought against him alone. Whenever they took action, more than a dozen people would surround him and attack him in groups. Gradually, Chu Yun was unable to resist. His wounds were getting more and more severe, and he was bleeding profusely. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell to the side uncontrollably. Before he could get up quickly, the dozen people had surrounded him and thrust their spears at him, trying to pierce Chu Yun like a hedgehog. Chu Yun tried his best to dodge, but he was still in danger. At this time, Feng Hu and several tribesmen rushed up from the side and blocked Chu Yun. "Chief, leave quickly." Feng Hu waved a huge wooden stick and roared, "We are defeated and there is no hope. You must survive. If you survive, the Xuanyuan tribe still has a chance. We will cover you. Leave quickly." As soon as the words fell, he and several tribesmen fought back desperately, intending to snatch a way for Chu Yun to escape. At that moment, the noisy environment around was filled with all kinds of dangerous roars. Behind Feng Hu and others, there was a only way to survive. "Bullshit." Chu Yun stood up and roared, "Everyone is dead, and I am the only one left. What chance do I have? You go. I'll cover you." After that, Chu Yun waved the bronze sword in his hand and angrily met the enemies of the Chu tribe. After greatly reducing the pressure on Feng Hu and others, he did not hesitate to use himself as a wall to grab a way out for Feng Hu and others. "Go, everyone, go. I'll cover you." Chu Yun roared and said, "Feng Hu, I order you to evacuate with the tribesmen immediately. If I can't come back, you will lead the tribe in the future. Go now." "Chief." Feng Hu and others' eyes were red, and Chu Yun cursed again. "Why don't you go quickly? Do you want me to die in vain?" After the voice fell, Feng Hu and a group of tribesmen gritted their teeth, rushed to the way out that Chu Yun had fought for, and fled to the periphery. The people of the Chu tribe chased and intercepted them, but they were all stopped by Chu Yun like a mad dog. Chu Yun's injuries were increasing, and his limbs were almost numb due to the pain. He should have fallen down long ago, but for some reason, he was still standing there. Gradually, many people from the Xuanyuan tribe ran away, and Chu Yun, the leader, was tightly surrounded by the people from the Chu tribe. Chu rode on the iron-eating beast and frowned at the figure waving the bronze sword. He had no intention of chasing the Xuanyuan tribe members who had escaped. After all, he originally wanted to drive the Xuanyuan tribe away from the Yellow River Basin. It was this Xuanyuan kid that puzzled him. Under this siege, Chu Yun was covered in blood, and the bronze sword in his hand had already rolled, but he was still able to take away lives. Gradually, Chu Yun became more and more fierce, and mysterious auras appeared around him. Spiritual energy? Caillou's pupils shrank, and his heart trembled violently. How is this possible? He is a spirit. While talking to himself, the leisurely and indifferent expression on his face disappeared without a trace. Caillou's face was gloomy. He slapped the iron-eating beast under his crotch, waved the huge axe, and rushed towards Chu Yun, finally taking action himself. The tribesmen of the Caillou tribe who surrounded Chu Yun made way for their leader to fight the leader of the Xuanyuan tribe. There was a fierce sound of breaking through the air, and Chu Yun immediately turned around to block it, holding up the bronze sword, and then saw a huge axe falling from the sky and chopped down on his head. Clang! There was a violent metal clang, and the palm of Chu Yun's hand holding the sword was instantly cracked, and blood was spilled. The blade of the bronze sword was broken into two pieces under this axe. Chu Yun dropped the hilt of his sword and retreated. The spiritual power under his feet made him as flexible as a monkey, while the fierce figure riding the iron-eating beast was still waving his giant axe and chasing him relentlessly. Without his weapon, Chu Yun fell into a huge disadvantage. He was already seriously injured, and now he was forced into a dead end. Facing Caillou's fierce attack, he had almost no power to fight back. However, during this continuous dodging, Chu Yun gradually became proficient in the use of spiritual energy. His spirit was as tight as a string, as if it would collapse at any time, but he always persisted. Gradually, Chu Yun found some opportunities to fight back in Caillou's fierce attack, and soon fought back and forth with Caillou. Although the opponent's physical strength was extremely fierce, He did not understand spiritual energy at all. With the help of the use of spiritual energy, Chu Yun had a chance to turn defeat into victory. At this moment, a huge wave surged from the edge of the Yellow River, hitting the shore and stirring up the surging river water. The tribesmen of Chu Yun tribe shouted in fear, and saw that the river water was rising rapidly and flooding towards this side. The battle between Chu Yun and Chu Yun continued. Chu Yun was full of anger, and he could not take Chu Yun down, but he saw that Chu Yun was gradually able to fight him on equal terms. "Leader, hurry up, the tide is rising." The tribesmen of Chu Yun tribe shouted in extreme fear. Chu Yun looked at the river water that quickly flooded over his calves, and then glanced at Chu Yun on the opposite side. He was very unwilling in his heart, but he could only shout to retreat, and then he led the tribesmen to evacuate quickly upstream. Chu Yun panted violently twice, watching the tribesmen of Chu Yun tribe retreating like the tide, and then watching the real tide coming, and a trace of joy emerged in his heart. The river water rose, and their tribe was finally not short of water. Another trance. Many experiences, like slides, flashed through Chu Yun's mind. The Xuanyuan tribe survived the drought safely. The river water was diverted, and the Yellow River was diverted, separating the original upstream from the downstream, geographically isolating the Chu Yun tribe in the upstream and the Xuanyuan tribe in the downstream. As a result, the Xuanyuan tribe was able to recuperate in the downstream. Under the leadership of Chu Yun, it became increasingly powerful and also made friends with the nearby Shannon tribe. The two tribes united and their strength increased greatly. When the water of the Yellow River gradually sank, the Chu Yun tribe once again marched south to wipe out the Xuanyuan tribe. But this time, with the help of the Shannon tribe and the development of the Xuanyuan tribe itself, they were no longer afraid of the Chu Yun tribe. After a long battle of annihilation, the Xuanyuan tribe and the Shannon tribe finally won. In this battle, Chu Yun became more and more proficient in the use of spiritual energy. He could only barely draw with Caillou last time, but when they met again this time, he killed Caillou with a single sword in front of the two armies. After the Caillou tribe was annihilated, all the small tribes around the Yellow River Basin surrendered and respected the Xuanyuan tribe as their leader. Shannon was also very convinced of Chu Yun and was willing to be under him. When Chu Yun came to his senses, he was still lying on a bed in a thatched hut. Even though he had become the leader of all the surrounding tribes and could be called the common leader of the human race, the roof of Chu Yun's thatched hut still had several large holes. The Caillou tribe was annihilated, and the Xuanyuan tribe unified the entire area, but to be honest, Chu Yun did not feel any joy, and he didn't know why. "Chief, this is bad." With a creaking sound, a figure pushed the door open and entered in a hurry. He was still half-dressed, with messy hair full of insects. He was still the first minister under Chu Yun, Feng Hu. Chu Yun frowned, stood up suddenly, and said, "What happened again?" The tribesmen in the north were attacked by a group of monsters while they were plowing the land. About 300 tribesmen, all were eaten by those damn monsters. Feng Hu gritted his teeth, tears of anger, but he was powerless. Monsters are strong, and humans are weak. Things like hundreds of people being eaten by monsters happen almost every day, and are too common. Chu Yun heard this, and a wave of anger emerged in his heart again. He stood up and said, "Where did those monsters go? Did they leave?" "They are still eating there, and the tribesmen dare not approach." Feng Hu said, "Fuck him, he's going too far, let's go." Chu Yun roared, holding the bronze sword, and rushed out of the thatched hut again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.